Hey. Yes, sir.
I can make it.
There we go.
Getting my better side.
You could move that.
I can.
Of course, that
move
means
it
you
from
gotta
here.
unplug it.
You all right? You look good, Harley.
Maybe turn this way.
No, I didn't work.
Well, she zoomed in on it. But you still got.
It's right side, better side.
There you go. Right
This
there.
is my best
There we
side, actually. If you could just put there.
I love it. Is that okay? Good.
Looks good to me.
Fine.
I would say a flip flop.
You wouldn't know what to do without.
Okay, this is the Williamson County Board of Commissioners meetings, July 13th, 9:09 a.m. Roll call, please.
Marla.
Present.
Gentry. Tim Max.
Present.
Okay, today's meeting, we're going to be discussing some of the ARPA applicants that we've looked at, kind of narrowed down who we'd like to talk to. And the very first one, Pittsburgh. Yes. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, so in our original application, we had submitted, we had a project that we had recently bid a year ago in July. And it's replacing the trunk line from the Ren Lake source halfway to their water tower in Pittsburgh. Okay? At that point in time, we had a DCO grant of $500,000. We were asking for the remainder, which we had real prices on. We had already bid it. I believe it was like $290,000. Since we submitted that application, we built the project. It's actually closed. Pittsburgh was able to fund the remaining portion with their own monies, and we finished the project. What we'd like to do is modify our application to basically finish this trunk line. And this trunk line, again, is the main source that feeds water to not just Pittsburgh, to Coal Valley water, to Spillertown, to White Ash, and the surrounding area. I put together a new cost estimate. These reflect the prices that we just got and other prices that I've got in other towns. Unfortunately, these prices are super elevated when compared to a year ago or a year and a half ago. Basically, the new cost estimate to install roughly 17,000 feet of water main is $932,000. Some change. I just want to pass these guys out, just so you got something to look at.
So your request, they get out 9:32?
This would do all the way to the water tower. Yes, that's what they're asking for. If that's too much money, maybe we can shrink the project.
202.
290.
290.
290. Right, 290.
We were asking for originally 239,000. This old water main is transite. We have a lot of leaks on it over the years. Like I said, we've already replaced half of it. This would complete the project.
You guys know what transite pipe is?
Yeah, you.
Right, could you tell us what transite is?
It's like
I do know
concrete pipe.
transite. I do.
I'm just checking. It's also known as asbestos cement pipe. It's literally made out of asbestos. When there's a leak on it, it'll start with a crack and it splits the whole joint of pipe because
It splits
rigid
the length of
material.
the pipe.
yeah. So you have to not only replace 20 feet, you got to replace more than that. So you got to replace 30 or 40 feet at a time. But
That's what's in there now.
Yeah.
And you always run the risk of, when you cut that out, extending that crack on
Yeah, yeah, that's what I mean. So normally you end up replacing a lot more than,
Brian, was there a reason why they didn't include this all the way to the tower to begin with?
it was money. We had a $500,000 grant and
That was all
it.
they had?
Yeah, that was all. And that pretty much drained their reserves to pay for the rest of it.
Let me ask you this, Ron. We're looking at top six, so if you want to. So this round, we're trying to keep people like 200,000-300,000 range, whatever. Let's say, just throwing out, let's say you've got 250,000-300,000
Yeah.
ARPA money. Can you finish? Is there any way they can fund it to finish it?
I don't want to speak for them, but I would say no, but there is maybe a portion that they could match and maybe we can do a quarter of it. So, or there's half left, maybe we can do another 25% or something. No, it would, I don't. Kyle, where?
No, we do not have the funds. You'd have to look for any other funding sources. And since we just got the DCO grant, it'd be a couple years before we can reapply.
Probably 3 years before we can do another, maybe 7 years.
So what I'm hearing is that if you don't get the full amount, then the project won't happen.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Yeah,
We just have to shrink it.
Up to 75%.
Yeah,
75%.
Yeah, maybe we can do
25%.
just another 25%.
Just asking.
So if we gave you some money.
Yeah.
Then you guys can do some.
Absolutely.
Well, I think what I'm saying, they do it like 25%.
Yeah, so when I say 20, okay, so the original project, if we're gonna call it from start to finish, we've already built half of it. So there's 50% remaining. This 930,000 would cover the remaining 50%.
It's open meeting.
So if we only get $300,000, we can't do the remaining 50%. So we'll probably do 25% or something.
Then you could, it's not something you gotta do all at once, you just
No,
keep adding
we
to
can
it.
piece it together, that's correct, that's correct.
And next year you might be in.
Yeah, maybe they'll do some more. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
But as far as, you know, the water district, this is probably the most important thing.
And this feeds other communities.
Yes, White Ash, Spillertown, and Coal Valley. If I wanted to give you a number, I think in my narrative here, looks like there's about 1,600 meters at Coal Valley. And about, let's say, 1,200 in the Pittsburgh area, plus White Ash and Spillertown. Looking at serving about 7,500 people. 7,500 people or so.
And those people are reliant on that line. working.
Yeah, it's the trunk line. It's the main.
If it goes down, there's no water for those folks.
Well, if it goes down, then we have to isolate the lines, and they've got 2 water towers. They've got one at the Ren Lake feed. And they've got another one in Pittsburgh. You've probably seen it across the street from the Free Will Baptist Church.
Yeah.
And that is what feeds a big portion of the eastern half of their area. So we can't fill that water tower. So if the line's down, you've got 24 hours to fix it. And then, you know, you're running out of water. Maybe 48 hours, something like that.
But that also provides water to Crab Orchard School District as well.
Also, Crab Orchard.
Yeah.
About 7,500 total customers.
That people, population.
Oh, people.
If we're going meters, it's about less than 3,000 meters.
That's
I took that
3,000.
number times 2.5 people per household.
Okay, the only other question I have would be if the project gets started, or it's money, the project started, main concern is, can it be finished by 2026?
Yes. So we don't have plans for anything, but I could have plans put together before the end of the year and have it permanent. And then at that point, we could bid it in the spring and build So I think that there's a very good 95% sure it will be completed next year.
I think, is that December 2026?
Yeah, it has to be done December 1st, 2026.
Let me see where you're going. If you're saying if they got all of the money or partial money?
Any of it.
Any-
The project.
So if you got,
Even
if we gave you $300,000 a
I would
day, you
design
think
the
the
project.
whole project would be done over by 2026?
No, I think the $300,000 project will be done next year. And then if we get some grants.
Because you're gonna take it in pieces?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
That's correct.
Of course, and then we always ask, if you are over 750,000 in total grants.
Yeah.
That's gonna spur a single audit, and ARPA funds can't pay for an audit.
That's correct. And it may spur one anyway, because we've already received 500, so
Right.
we're okay with that. We've already checked with the accountant, and we can get that done rather quickly.
Okay, and then, of course, the city will have the funds to pay for that.
And I don't know, it depends on the municipality or town, but I've heard anywhere from 5,000 to 15,000.
I think we've been talking about 8,500
Yeah.
is the number that.
What they charged the last time?
It's in our contract for no more than 2,500.
There we go.
Oh, for single audit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll keep that person, that's a pretty good number.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Appreciate you taking this under consideration. And, sorry, we had to modify it, but if you'd like us to modify the application to match a certain size project, we can do that.
So Ryan, you'll be handling the funds for the project, so you'll hand in,
I'll handle all the
Progress
admin, I'll
reports.
work with Jay on that.
Just like,
just like we're doing right now.
Yeah, and I brought some pay estimates today for the Burgess project, pay estimate number 1, so I was gonna drop those off. We've got the ground storage tank and the booster pump station there in the factory is getting assembled, so we'll take delivery this morning.
so it's all
It's rolling.
rounded up fruit.
Yeah, we should have a lot of the water main in the ground, all of it, before the end of the season.
Good.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah.
Appreciate you looking. Oh, I'm sorry, we couldn't fund that one last year. That would be nice for you guys.
Yeah, well, it actually,
Okay.
we jumped on the wagon and got it done, of course, it had good weather.
It had excellent weather.
We got lucky on the pipe too, somebody had an order canceled.
Also, that explains it then. Yeah. What size is that main?
Got it turned it on, what's going on there?
We do blood work this morning.
It's pretty big.
You get
water
no-
main for rural water. You
Yeah.
see a lot of
Yeah.
floor, other things.
I gotta go do mine
It's a
here,
pretty good sized
I
line.
think next Friday.
I went and got it done early, so I wouldn't have to measure it.
Well, it's a shame we couldn't do it.
Let me know when you all want to meet.
You see
Okay.
Aaron and North
Thank you.
Highway?
Yeah, Aaron will be here. I think it's 10.
And
10:30.
10:30.
Yeah.
North Highway at 11. Did you say Spiller Town also?
Yep.
So 12:37, you'll be here already.
Yep. I'll be back. You guys need a box of
Have a
donuts?
seat up there.
That a little better.
Oh, yeah. You did the thing.
Might even hear it out. Hard to keep up with who does what, all these projects.
It'll be fun. Got some good engineers here, so it'll.
Is that Bud?
Oh, I know.
Wearing a good hat, but it's not doing very good right now.
Did they lose last night?
I'm afraid to look.
They won.
Did they win?
I saw it was like 6-1 or something like that.
We held on for 7-6.
7-6. They turned it back on. It was
I turned it off, yeah.
They've been a rough few weeks though.
Absolutely.
Not a travel team, are they?
Now, no, we seem to beat up on the bad or mediocre teams and can't beat the good ones.
That's right.
Not the first summer it's been like that.
Except, with the exception being the Cubs, I mean, that's always Cardinals, Cubs, it don't matter who's good or bad. odd reason. Like she was looking for an address, so I've still been here.
Oh, they're all right.
Yeah, for the next one.
Johnson City.
See, see what I got, application.
Well, I got the mountain.
Did you have more score sheets?
Printed out a bunch of.
Right down.
These right here.
Okay.
If you need new ones, it's this right here.
Yeah, I'm good. Mayor, if you don't talk to the magical seat,
There she is.
you look up there, you got a seat right up here.
Okay.
Want you up front, personal.
Well, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Want to hear it. Want to hear it all from you.
Okay. I'll have all the answers, right?
Exactly.
Oh, wait.
I just got out.
Okay.
I am. Aileen from, Florida, Ziegler Engineering. She's in charge of our projects. Our project's ongoing. That's all. That's it. She can handle your questions.
Okay, we're just here to listen to you.
For me.
Being honest.
Yeah, tell us about your project.
Okay, so they're currently putting up a new 300,000 gallon tank in Johnson City. And, with this, it's supposed to help them with their fire protection. They're under IEPA's, hand basically, with need to get this done. So.
Is this a water tower?
Water tower, yeah,
Yeah.
single elevated, single pedestal. And then, they also, the second part of this project is a meter replacement. They did experience a lot of water loss. And so these new meters are supposed to help with putting a little bit more money back in their pocket, getting the right flows in there. And with this project, we went to RD with this. They have an RD loan, which is not required to have any kind of match to it, but it's already ongoing. And so they have a lot out of their pocket that they have to spend as well. And so that's why we've applied for this, to try to get a little weight off of their back.
Well, I have Johnson City water tower is 200,000.
It's a 300,000 gallon tank.
No, dollar wise.
Oh,
I think they asked for 500.
yeah,
Total 500 for the typical project.
like,
We'll do a meter replacement and a water tower.
yes. And we've gotten the funds for most of it. I think what they had asked for was 500,000.
So the 500, you've not expended the 500,000 yet?
No, that has not been spent yet.
So the request, make sure, the request is 500,000.
Yes, yeah.
That's the same amount of everything that you applied for, meets the application. Is that what you're saying, match the application? Dollar wise?
Yes. I believe that's what you're asking. So like the application they turned
The
in?
application turned in,
Yes.
it's gonna match, that 500,000 is, 500,000 is in that application.
Yes.
500, yeah. That's what they actually asked for. Okay. Do you know what those monies will be spent on? Will they be water meters? Water tower?
Well, most likely, since we had the same, the same bucket of funds for both the projects, even though they're separated into two different contracts. The meter project is gonna be done and paid for before, probably the next couple months. So this is mainly gonna go towards their water tower.
A little background was on the water tower. We had estimates, things got drug out, of course, trying to get good estimates. Pandemic stuff hit. When we got back the new bids, it was like 50% more in material. That's self-explanatory.
Yeah.
So that kind of hit us hard.
And we did go back and ask for more of a loan, but you can only get so much loan to pay back, you know?
Let me ask you this, and probably more towards my, let's say that, we've got a lot of people to look at, let's say you can only get 300 or 350 of this from ARPA. Can you fund the rest? Is there another way you want to?
We're going to finish these projects regardless.
Okay.
Any dollar you give us helps our citizens and us not use our funds to do this. We're going to get done. The water tower, probably sometime next year.
You need it.
Yeah, and it's, like I said, EPA is required this to be done, so it's gonna get done no matter what.
Well, not meter replacement, obviously I don't do this, but you're talking about meter replacement every home, or are you gonna do some kind of computerized meter replacement, where it's computerized in the water?
So these were new meters in every single, we replaced them
Oh.
individually in every single home. And then it's also, a smart meter system read, so it's gonna help them, I think you guys have 2 guys that go out and read meters?
We have one person in our water department, but our street department people are all utility class through the union. So when it's meter reading day, we have to borrow one from the street department. If we have a line break, we gotta borrow the street department to go do this.
And this, yeah, and this meter, was an idea to kind of get more computer generated, it got that information back into their office, so they're not sending a guy out all the time, using those resources to read meters, and that was mainly the idea for that, is to try to get them out of the field so they can work on water leaks. When that arises, they have someone to work on that.
So how smart are these meters? What do they do?
They're relaying all of like,
So
all your
the
flows.
telemetry is,
yeah, all your flows, it's a mesh system, so they talk to one another. It's gonna tell you if there's a leak, they should have an alarm that comes up that says, okay, there's a leak at this house, you might wanna notify that resident. So I think Marion
Marion's
actually,
got that, 'cause
yeah.
We have-
Carterville just got that too.
Yeah.
It's called
so if
Friend
you
Mine.
They've
leave a
contacted
photo,
me.
they can tell.
Goreville has the exact system we have, and Carterville's is almost the exact system.
Coach Russ the other day, when he got a leak, goes, huh? Good old leak. Yeah.
And you heard Jim talk about a single audit, if it's true, there's a single audit, you have the ability to pay for a single audit.
No problem.
And then who would be handling the funds? I would assume since it's, you said Clarence Zimmer.
Yeah, so, yeah, I work with Tina real close on that stuff. We've kind of handled all the funds so far. This project's been a mix and match of all kinds of stuff, trying to get this thing funded, so.
Ryan's familiar with what we were requesting for paperwork.
Yeah, I'll handle the
Just-
paperwork side of everything.
She brings all the stuff for payment. Tina, our treasurer, goes through it with her. I go through it with them. We take it to the council for approval. Just did this last night.
Yeah.
To get the next round of funds paid. So we have a paper trail.
Good.
And she can definitely help you. And we have a very good accountant to do audits. We'll be all right.
Like we said, these won't be used for matching funds.
No, RD is not a required match on this.
Perfect. Just for asking, how many customers, residents?
1,750 meters are we're replacing.
I was a little shocked when I first started working with John City too. I was like, man, you guys have a lot more people than I thought you did.
That's what I was wondering, is that only inside John City, or that you're picking up somewhere else around here?
Oh, that's us.
Yeah.
We have an agreement with people. Anyway, we've got the little deal out. I can't remember the name. Prosperity,
The partial.
it's a deal. We take care of them, but it's some kind of a unity system. So they're not really our meters. We take care of them, service their water.
I don't have anything else. No, I'm
The
good.
only thing I want to say, and I don't want to mix the issues, but just keep in mind too, we are getting White Ash's whole thing. They've already taken bids on
Televised.
televising the sewer system. The old reline it, new pumps, new electronics. So in sometime in that off to somebody along with every asset that we have that we use high. So that still be, just keep it in your back pocket.
Yes.
Comes.
And I've actually talked to the Pittsburgh mayor about it. He and I are friends. We used to work together.
Yeah.
We've even talked about somehow we could maybe do something to marry it.
So,
Yeah, we can't really serve them in Graham County.
sorry. And they're, like I said, they'll have new pumps, brake pumps, electronics, line system. So, should be.
It should be
the
water
new
tight. It
system,
should be
and
infiltration.
and it should be a profitable system. It's profitable. So.
We'll definitely try to work with you.
All right, great, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
How's this process work? When are you gonna make your decisions?
He,
I would say within, we'll probably set up a meeting next week.
Within a week.
Yeah,
Okay.
We know the longer we wait, the higher things are gonna
no,
go.
we gotta get this done.
Okay.
And we need,
Appreciate it.
we need you guys, if you get money, we need you to spend it before the end of 2026.
We'll be
Oh,
done.
yeah. Yeah, we'll
Looks like we're gonna do like right now.
Yeah, we're working on it. I mean, the projects are underway right now.
Yeah,
If not for the material issue with the, I mean, they've got the base and everything done for the water tower, but now there's a delay on the steel.
Yeah, but and even with that, the painting and everything should be completed by next summer, so.
and, we'll have a grant for you to sign, a grant application, if, you know, whenever we make final decisions and stuff, that's what we did with the last grant. And so we'll be in agreement that, you know, in case something goes south, for example, you didn't get the project done, you know ahead of time that it, you know, the money has to come back. Because it's not the way we set it up, it's the way the federal government set it.
Right.
We have to.
Yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure you guys are aware of it. So we'll talk about it later.
Right.
In my former industry, I'm used to the government and having to sign stuff off, so.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you for coming in. We're excited. Stephanie had a list of, should have been in your packet.
Maybe I didn't see.
I had it, so now take a look, yeah.
Oh, I didn't see it. Okay.
What's your thoughts on Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh.
932, obviously, I'm
I don't think 932, but I think we could go 300.
but there it is.
Right. Well, that gets them a third of the way through, and
I'm kind of thinking 300 each of these. We say that spring,
like, we're gonna do more
One.
projects that way.
And I agree, you know, as far as the flow of it, 300. Why 300? I mean, I'm just asking.
you know,
Well, I don't know, I'm just saying, what
110?
justifies 300?
I just had it written down 300,000. Because we're hanging around that area right now for PPP. So,
It seems to be right now, it seems to be the number.
260, 250, 300, you know, we're right in that area right now. This is a start, let's see what everybody else does.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day,
It could be 400, but right now I just had 300 down, because that's the area we're looking at.
if we, and maybe we ought to base that on what we actually promised we're looking at today.
You know, Spillertown is
Because we-
262, you know, so. Well, and Pittsburgh first came in at 239. So,
Right, but we just weren't in time to fund
Right.
that part of the project.
you know, Sheriff Department 139. I mean, they could go up if we see what we got.
Uh,
But I think what you do tonight, if you did the 932, you're opening yourself up from that million plus. And
I tell you what, guys, I don't know how you feel, but I'd love to see us build a water tower. Another elevated water storage tank. I'd love to see that. I know Carville's building two.
did you see Mary's building another one?
Marion's building another one out here, but I don't think we can have too many. I mean, what happened at Red Lake a few years ago?
Not to change subject, but I'm going to. You might know what's going in down there across from Road Ranger.
I think they've just cleared that out to sell it. And I drove by there yesterday and there's a trailer. Yesterday, there's a trailer there that just says land for sale. Do you know anything?
That's Carrie Miss last night at the Great Region. Plus Jerry Harris. So,
Well, they can probably be working on something.
You want to do the Johnson's anymore?
16, what is it?
705. Just had remember 15 minutes apart, what things are going.
I was just thinking. the
I
same
tried to
thing.
tell her 20
Well,
minutes.
20 minutes of what I
Just
heard.
like what
Well,
happened,
you come up with
Mr.
30.
Intelligent over there,
just
so
like what happened this morning, with things running,
Hey,
you
did
guys
you-
run off course, and
did
then
you-
people are
wait.
waiting.
Did you come up with this 30 minutes with
I
your,
did.
with your glasses on or off?
I just did it from past experience, I know how you guys roll.
Your smart glasses, I don't know. You can always call these people. You can always call these people, tell them they can come in a little earlier. Don't break their heart.
Well, I'm sure they're on their own.
I mean,
They're coming from the Burnside.
I mean, you can tell Aaron to come earlier, you can tell Carol to come earlier.
Just
Go
interrupts,
put your glasses on, think
it
about it.
interrupts the flow.
Put your glasses on, or you think
I don't
about it.
have,
Pull down costs anytime we want, we have to have.
well, she's got other people coming up.
Stephanie? Sure.
Sometimes you guys get to be little chatty Cathy's too, and
Yeah,
keep
Chatty
talking.
Cathy.
some of them done nothing, to do, they won't sit and talk forever.
Exactly.
I don't know, guys, think we can get rid of her?
Chris Stephanie,
Please,
Yeah.
please
well, the whole
do.
county would shut down if we
Please
did
do.
that.
Please, get me out of here. Okay. Oh, like that one, too.
We can enjoy our summer. Be in the pool all day, every day.
sitting here pretty
What do you think? What do you think?
We take a 10-minute break.
I mean, I can pause this.
I think if you pause that for it, please. No glasses.
Oh, but it pauses the YouTube though. The YouTube's still live. So,
We'll,
I can stop
just
the
go ahead
live
and take a
stream.
break. Right now, we got a 9:42.
All right, taking a break, 9:42, Steph, got that?
Thanks, Lou.
Just breaking.
Take a break. A vote. What you want. Every 30 minutes.
Listen, I have did this enough with you guys to know that it bleeds over until.
So you did county. Another exciting thing.
Chick-fil-A. Well, they were early. I'm saying they were early, it's right here.
It does fine, yeah, it does fine, so.
That weather wasn't too bad this morning, the temperature was good this morning. Went out walking this morning at 6. And it was very nice.
That's 61. There's some digging.
I don't know, well, July and August.
Well, it's in the charts. It's not just in climatology. It's already shown.
It's a little bit, there was a little bit of moisture in here this morning, I guess. From
Yeah. You get that full, you're squeezing up the big one pretty hard. It should have been pretty decent too. Most locations.
We got back to the car and we done about 2 miles.
Thank you.
As cool as it was, I didn't expect it to sweat.
It hurts.
As it turned out, so it had to be moisture in the air. Hello, folks, how you doing?
Hey, what's
Come
up?
in, sit down.
Front row?
Front row, the hot
Sit
seat.
in the back.
Oh, you can't get any money sitting in the back, gotta come up front.
Sit
How
up
you
there.
doing?
I get some money, I'll sit up there.
I'm Tim Atkins.
I'm Fred Heath.
Fred, it's nice to meet you.
Alex the trustee, nice to meet you.
Alex, it's nice to meet you.
I'm Andrea.
Well, Andrea, it's nice to meet you
Nice to
too.
meet you.
Get up with us. He's the guy that knows how to do it. He knows how to make him do it. I just signed the check.
There you go, I got you. Well, I'm glad you're here early. These guys just walked out a few minutes ago, taking a minute for a break. So when they come back, we'll start talking about the project.
Well, we're gonna have a break occasionally.
Yeah.
Maybe we start early.
Okay.
Well, we've scheduled everybody for a half hour,
Okay.
and sometimes it only takes 15 or 20 minutes.
Think that's long.
So how much is all of your system, is it all in Williamson
No.
County?
No, we're in 4 counties.
That's always
And
wondered.
there's 200 and, I just looked at the list, 255 meters in Williamson County. 900 in Johnson, 700. I've got it in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Some in Saline and 50 in Polk.
You all in Polk County, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. That'd be a pain in the neck to go read those.
Well, we got 2 guys that meet, that read them. We split it up. One takes about half of it, the other takes the other half. Takes 3 days though.
I don't doubt that.
And that's what we're here for, is try to get some smart meters.
So if you had smart meters in Polk County, you could still read them all the way back. How does that work?
There's different kinds. The ultimate, I think, will transmit right back to the office. I think that's what REA meters do.
Yeah.
The plain Jane version, you gotta go by, you gotta drive by.
Take it.
But I don't think you have to, they can go
You won't
by.
make some.
There's Chevrolets, Cadillacs.
All right.
Like the Cadillac, and drive something a little lesser.
Yeah, it still gets you here to there, doesn't it?
Leave that up to our engineer to tell us what we need, which amount of money we got, if we have any.
We funded meters in coal. You know, I don't remember how many.
With ARPA money,
Yeah,
9,000
$290,000.
dollars.
Yeah.
Well, our figure wasn't,
You came in at, what, 4?
416.
got 354,000. It gets expensive.
Yeah, it does. I think Johnson City's gonna get some meters. I think we're gonna talk to North 37 Highway Department, it's one of the departments, I think they're asking for meters also.
They're going to, the city's going to update their meter system, I guess, so if you have a leak, they can tell you immediately. Hey, John Doe.
Yeah, certain AMRs and the cellular-based ones as well. They have that feature where you have alarms if you have 24 hours of usage on a meter.
Yeah.
And, it never stops for 24 hours. That's pretty much a leak.
You know,
Send up a little red flag. And the technology is changing right now so quick that, there's a lot of different options as far as, but I mean, just having the data logging capabilities, very advantageous for your customers.
oh, yeah.
And to be able to notify them that they have, before you send them a several $100 water bill.
Everybody likes that.
No. And we don't either. I mean, we're in the business to provide water to the people, not to, give them a several $100 bill because they have a leak. So that would probably be one of the biggest advantages to go into an automatic meter read type scenario versus directory.
So where's your source from?
Sweet Valley.
Sling Valley?
But we also buy some from Egypt.
Yeah.
Egypt service on the Tunnel Hill Road, back towards Tunnel Hill. They're sending Sweet Valley to Egypt area.
Okay, so you can interconnect the two systems, and okay, good.
We use 500,000 from Egypt, give or take. I just read the bill the other day.
Record, so we do an extra question. So it's okay.
Yeah, I asked him where your source was, if you could explain it.
Sweet Valley, over equality, big wells. Mainly got enough water to supply Chicago, you can't get it to Chicago. There's no, basically unlimited amount of water.
That's good.
Yep.
So your total amount that you're asking,
So that, the number that we had is 416,705. That was on your request.
This right here is, as of Monday, was the cost of two different meter systems for Williamson County only.
Yeah.
And it's, the cheap ones were $354 and the better ones were $384. What you did this for is Monday, so I'm sure assuming it's up to date.
Yeah.
384.
I haven't talked to him, I just saw him and said, could you prepare this for us? And then I had to go over with him, so.
Yeah, well, because, and I'm glad you broke out the Williamson County meters.
Oh, yeah, we did ask you for money to go somewhere else.
And yeah, we have that, we actually had that in like Egypt, they were asking for.
same thing, they go into Johnson
So,
County, and Johnson gets rid.
next question, if, we don't know right now who's getting what, obviously, as far as these meetings. But hypothetically, let's say you get 300,000 out of this funding. Can you afford the 84,000 or not?
Well, you can also just cut down some of the meters.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, just so bring the scope.
You know, you tell us how much we can have and we'll tailor our project to fit that. It's the way I would do it.
Right.
No. We can come up with some money. It's not best to get it.
And that's a question we ask every single person. We don't know right now.
We had to say.
Right, we're trying to make these numbers work.
One of the questions was that, this might trigger a single audit. Can you take care, pay the cost of a single audit?
It's not.
Well, it's.
Unless they have
other projects,
other grants.
Yeah. combination.
You're telling us we may have to pay for an audit.
A single audit. If it knocks you over 750,000 in total funds received from all grants combined.
Any funding coming in.
Yeah.
And it does sound, this is
Not
not
just
just get
for
you over
those
unless you're doing something else.
State.
Yeah, you getting any other grants?
And the key word he said was it might,
Yeah.
might.
Well, actually, we've asked for this same thing from the other counties, just
Yeah.
to work in those counties.
Sure. No response?
Polk County turned us down, and the other two, not heard from yet. Actually, we asked for Polk County, there was a short extension that we needed to do, and we asked for money for that extension. We didn't ask for meters there.
Yeah.
But, they said no, right, everything was spent on fire trucks or something.
Yeah.
But the other two counties I've not heard from.
Who are they?
Johnson and Saline.
But just be aware that your total amount that you receive in a year, if it exceeds $750,000 from either this county or state, federal, whatever you may get, that may trigger a single audit. And if this is what puts you over for the single audit, you have the ability to pay for a single. Because if you couldn't, they'll pay for it. It's a reasonable asset.
You said Clarence Zipper, they're very familiar with requirements on paperwork, how those payments and that.
That's what we keep.
Like,
Well, Joe Blackie's already done
Joe,
it.
right.
Oh, does a good job.
George, I think he takes care of the Egypt for you too.
That's always a plus because he knows since we work together with Egypt.
Yeah.
It works out really well.
About how many people do you think this affects?
255 meters now. I don't know how to put it.
Okay, well, just be.
255.
255.
And you're ready to start this project immediately.
I don't know if there's any further engineering that would need to be done.
Wouldn't think it'd be very much.
I wouldn't
all you
think
gotta
it'd be
do is
much for
be
me,
much.
right?
I would say pretty quick.
Pretty quick. The funds that have to be spent by 2026, we'd like to see spent before.
So the project has to be, since the funds have to be awarded from us by 2024.
But
the
everything's gonna
project
be
has-
spent by 2026.
I don't see that this being, I don't see much engineering to be done on this.
Catch your meters in
Starting.
order.
And then we just gotta hire some boots on the ground to get down there, and take one out and put another one in. Now, I'm sure there's more to it than just putting the new meters in.
You never know what you're gonna run into.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure Joe does, and I'm pretty sure all this reflects anything that we might be faced with.
Right.
I'm hoping it does. That's why we pay an engineer to tell us what we need.
Could I have a copy of that?
Right.
Yeah.
Is there one here? Finish you this whole thing. This has got, here's another little project, in case you just want to give it $5,000, you got some small projects. But the big one on top is really what we like.
Well, you're talking the 5,000 out of his pocket, his own pocket,
Yeah, you can take it up money, it doesn't matter.
but pass the
For
hat.
$100 bills.
Yeah. Oh.
Guys, he's got, he has engineering and inspection built into his cost. You'll see that.
He's usually pretty thorough and
What's the pressure reducing valve for?
we have places where we have water goes downhill and as you go downhill, your pressure increases. So we got to reduce it, so we don't blow somebody's system.
Okay, so you don't have pressure reducing valves on meters.
On each one.
We do in areas that are over 80 PSI on the main,
Right.
but we still have areas that need to be protected by pressure reducing stations as well, because it changes in elevation every 2.3 PSI, so.
So are your customers handling that themselves?
No, we provide pressure regulation at the meter,
Okay,
for everybody above 80, but we still have to protect the main to an extent as well in the lower elevation areas, so. We have a combination of pressure reducing stations and pressure regulation in the meter well we provide for customers over the
We got hills in Johnson County.
yeah, yes, you did.
So as Goes down.
pressure increases, yeah, you're 23 feet down, and you've just gone up 10 PSI on your pressure in your pump. And that's not a big elevation change.
Yeah, that could be a lot.
That can be a lot. That's why
Yeah.
typically where you see a hill, it's going way down in our system. There's probably a pressure reducing station nearby. Hydraulically, we have to protect the, pipes only rated so much. And then they'll also provide areas that, once we have it protected by that station, certain elevations, less customers need pressure regulation at the minimum. There's just constant change. We're not in flat, we're not in Kansas anymore.
Now, you may answer this question over my head, but I'm gonna ask you. So you have two systems, 354 and 384.
I think it's a difference.
Besides the difference, well, what is, I mean, is it one more super duper, or is it just the pricing
I
that's
think
the other?
I think it's a more sophisticated meter. The first one is the plain Jane version, and the second does more. Now, I'm not able to tell you what it does.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the pricing pretty much the same all the way, except just a couple of areas.
I think it's just the cost of the meter. It's going to be different. Engineering, installation shouldn't be.
Shouldn't take you.
No. Okay, I wouldn't have a clue, so.
There's a lot of.
All I know is you put out water. That's really all I know.
Turn the tab on, they run.
That's all I
Then
need.
we're happy.
That's all I need to know.
Well, I asked him, I said, is the water still running?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna talk to you, you're on your own.
That's just.
When it doesn't run, then we got trouble. Had real good luck, we've not had a lot of problem on the system, which is relatively new. The system go, it's 30 years old.
Keep going.
Yeah, I'd say.
79 was when our system went online, the original. Then we obviously had extensions since then, built on since then. But like our Williamson County, most of it was all built in 79. Fortunately, it wasn't like some of these older towns that have cast iron pipe and a lot of problems. Our system is 90+% PVC based as far as our water mains, which is kind of a sliced bread, means very, it's got, the product has a higher longevity than cast iron.
You're in better shape than we are. Problems.
All the time. We've reduced a lot of water hammer, we've made system improvements, like at our pump stations, introduced variable frequency drives, which eliminates water hammer. In our industry, the water hammer is a hydraulically a big factor, where basically if you introduce water, change in direction, or pump, start your pumps abruptly and such, it starts, for lack of a better term, to blow things up, cause issues and leaks. So we've implemented, infrastructure to prevent that, which has dramatically reduced our issues, if you will.
So you had some old pipes in Carterville?
Oh, yeah, our infrastructure is terrible. But there's always a boil water alert, something breaking, it's the old style.
We had a little building down there, my granddad was, he would buy things in this old barn. I needed a post one day, went in there, and there's this round piece of wood, about 8 feet long, just right for a post, but it's tall. And I pulled it out, and it had a cone on one end, and a bell on the other. It was like that. And I used it as a post, I sure wish I'd have kept it, but they took 2 pieces of wood and put them together and glued them some way. Now, you think that wasn't gonna give you fish somewhere down the road? I wish I had that piece of pipe back.
Well, the reason we met today, you guys were on top of the list. We had about 10 of them pulled out that we felt needed help. And I think our goal here as 3 board members is touch as many lives as we touch. This money, but it is tax dollars, it's federal tax dollars. So you guys are on the list today. We'll try to help you best we can.
Appreciate that.
Okay. Well, I don't have anything. You guys got anything else?
No, I think we've asked everything we need to ask.
You guys have any questions for us?
I don't have any.
Okay.
You think this is gonna be several months or?
No.
No.
A week, 10 days.
No.
And we had the funds are sitting in the account. So.
And this is our first round of talking to people, so we've got a few that we've narrowed down and want to talk to them. That's all. Get some specifications. When the time comes, if you're awarded the project or whatever, then there's a grant that you would have to sign. Kind of spells out all the details. We give you the grant ahead of time to look at it, so you can work on your.
If you need any more face to face with us, we'll get Joe to come with us and he can explain this stuff a lot better than I can. All I do is sign the check,
That's,
drive the truck.
you're the most important guy down there. Sign those checks.
Not when the water doesn't run. Not there. These two folks here, they run the system real well. We're a small system, it doesn't take a lot of help, but we got good help. We appreciate them. Keep thinking.
Good.
Well, we'll be in touch with you real soon, okay?
Thanks, folks. Appreciate you coming in.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
If I can figure out how to get out of here, I'll just call you. Thanks a lot, folks.
We'll see.
Yeah.
You need to stick around more often. You're still long.
No, we're 25 minutes in that schedule. We could have done these in 15 minutes.
I told her 20 minutes.
You guys told me 20 minutes.
I thought somebody said 15, she just said.
I did suggest 15, but 20 was fine with me,
20
but.
was what I came out of a meeting with.
Who said
I had
you know what?
extra 10.
Who set this
This is
deal
what I
up?
heard. This is what I heard. When I'll have to stay here late and it'll take so long and everything, and you guys will be yakking, and everybody will be backed up. That's exactly what she
I'm
said.
just going off of past practice.
So you admitting you did all this,
I
right?
did, yes, and I have admitted that. First
So-
time you guys were complaining about.
Why don't you call one of these groups and see if they'd like to come in?
Which one would you like?
Call on.
Maybe the next,
North Highway 37.
maybe the next couple.
3 or 4, 5, 6.
Say we're running ahead of schedule.
Now, we might actually get a lunch.
Yeah.
30 minutes.
So,
Stephanie, that's not a tough question. It's not going to stump you, I don't think. You just ask.
Yeah, and then we could probably take a look.
Didn't we have the coalition, wasn't that on our list too? They not coming in?
the what? No, the lady was on maternity leave.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
She
They
was
weren't
scheduled.
much, they were only in the 50s. I had asked for.
You could always see if so what to do last. Come in last on spur of the moment, then clear up 12 o'clock, then give us a lunch. You don't get everybody else ahead, we take
If
an early.
you, see, if you tell her now, she'll have everybody prepared.
And I tell you what, guys, if
Because they're just upstairs.
But she's bringing Cody and Jennifer.
Okay, but they're all close.
Well, you can always just
So see what, I can call her real quick. What time do you want her to come?
say.
We're gonna be ahead anyway,
So we're gonna be ahead, say one to, tell them 1 o'clock. I would say 1 o'clock. And because if we can get the next couple, next 3.
And it's okay if a couple of them are in here at the same time. It's
Yeah.
no
All
time.
right, so North 37, North 37 Highway Water Department, that was right. And he's also doing Spillertown. So we could do Spillertown and North 37 at the same time. So that'd get a half hour at CASA. If you wanted to move CASA back to 1:30 or whatever.
So see if Costa will come at 1:30.
Or,
Why don't you call them,
1:15.
see if it'd be possible, we'll run ahead.
Okay.
That keeps Carterville 11:30. That keeps us, if that were the case, we could be done as soon as we're done with Carterville.
and then we have a meeting at 2.
Then we're supposed to have a meeting at 2.
All righty.
So we'll do Spillertown and 137 at the same time. All right.
Ten four, good, buddy.
need to look at a meeting either next Wednesday or next Thursday.
She keeps coming that time, but she can come right now. So she said Cody's not coming.
Just Gary right now.
She's gone.
What do you need meeting for you?
The Brandon's replacement.
I think we probably ought to be in next Wednesday or all the time.
Well, that's what I'm saying, you know, you can do that.
Here's, awesome. So Brian, you said Brian's gonna do, he does 37 in Spillertown? Yeah.
Yeah, do you have Brian's number? His cell phone?
Hey, how are you?
Yeah.
Good.
Just need. Oh, I thought you were asking her.
I don't have Brian's number.
Brian who?
Arlen.
You're back.
I mean,
I got it right here.
Did you?
As far as air.
So Ronnie is doing,
He's down here.
he's doing. North
Is
Highway.
he standing?
He's standing right.
Oh,
Is that who you're calling?
yeah, that's what I was calling.
That's why I heard phone ring.
Yeah,
Oh, you were calling him?
I was calling Ryan. Yeah, I was just calling him.
How are you?
Andy, how y'all?
Go on and sit.
How's up here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good deal. Remembering Cody, but.
Get the semi-executive chairs.
I feel like I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
You're gonna spill it now, right?
Yes.
Okay, when you're up next, I'd like to do spill it at the same time.
And
Well, he says he thinks the majority of the board will come on North Highway. So
Yeah.
Well, North Highway's up first.
yeah.
So then, nobody come with you and slow her down? Or you can have
The
them-
mayor's coming, but I can
you
tell
have
them to
them
come.
roll on. Come on.
I'll tell them to
Yeah.
come.
Ask him if he can come up.
Okay, so we have,
Awesome.
we'll just turn it over to you. Why don't you tell us, your application, how much you were asking for your application and how it's.
Sure.
And we'll tell you a little bit about this, about the ARPA. And if you have any questions about ARPA, it's all this is, just get an understanding.
Fantastic. It looks as though I requested 57.5. Our total project cost is 186,322. So that's our entire budget. The other funding sources I listed out there. We do have a BCBA grant that we received from the state. So we got a little increase. We're excited about that. That's the first increase we've gotten since 2015. So that's good. ICEJA, we're getting 21,000 from them. That ends December 31st, so we're trying to cover funding from that. The DCFS appropriation, I'm running a grant right now in hopes of an increase for that as well. I believe we are projected to have an increase, but it's the same. So it is what it is. Of course, we get the 25,000 for in lieu of the fees and fines statute that say requires, but essentially requires that we find, so the 25,000 is in lieu of that we get from the county. And then our in-kind donations that we get from EDC that allow us our office space and
We just came with 12,000. We just consider that. Sure.
So, actually, and that, what is the 57,520? Take care of.
Uncovered salaries, uncovered.
I'm trying to figure out how it relates to ARPA.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's COVID related.
Right, yes.
So how are they coping?
We have had difficulty in obtaining funding through special events, fundraisers, things like that. So what would typically be covered, the 57.5 that would typically be covered by our regular fundraisers that we hold and are very, very sad that a raffle we attempted this year. Oh my gosh, that was really bad. So I've seen a trend since the whole COVID nonsense came about. Not only is our recruitment low, our engagement is low, but of course, bringing our funding in is low. It's become increasingly more difficult because of the social restrictions, because people are not wanting to get out, and even more so now, I feel, than what it was in the beginning. It gives the illusion that people are out and are wanting to do things, but well, we're just not seeing that. I almost see more of a negative impact now, today, than I did back in 2020. I'm even looking at numbers, like I said, I was writing grant CFS funding, looking at grant numbers from the fiscal year July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021, we served 202 children. Okay, so this was that following fiscal year, fiscal year 22. Just we can get applicants. And in direct relation, we have trouble with funding. It's become difficult. So that's how it's.
So that was the perfect answer, because it's going to replace funding that you would normally raise if it hadn't been for COVID.
Absolutely.
So we're looking for a COVID tie-in.
Sure.
That was
probably fall in the guideline. We're gonna ask Ashley about all these to make sure the ones that we're not sure about, like this one, just not pretty sure they did.
What do you mean?
Well, Ashley's got a guideline he goes by.
Oh.
Federal, and we will make sure that because if we don't, we have to pay it back.
Right, ARPA, there's requirements on ARPA.
We just have to be sure.
One of the first things that they came out with, of course, they're moving the goalposts all the time, but I think we've got the final. But just like for water, sewer, infrastructure, broadband, whatever else, they kind of added as time goes on, and so, and they've added COVID related things. So we're going to see, if this qualifies.
And
those
the same way.
Those qualifications are set by the Department of Treasury. So
we got House of Hope. There's a lot of we have to make sure.
I'm a rule follower, so I get it.
But this is the process that we have to go through.
Yeah, that's fine.
So not being able to raise funds.
None of us have a problem doing it. It's just make sure.
No, I don't.
Make
I
sure
don't
we
have to
fit
pay
in
it back to
between
you,
the
pay it back to you.
parameters.
So they don't come back and say, hey, you owe us, we counted 57.5.
Yeah, we have to pay that with interest.
Yeah, we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that.
I don't even know that if we've asked the question about the single lot. I don't know, is that a concept? Is it a concept?
Well, you guys don't have $750,000, right?
750,000.
7,500.
I'm just asking.
There's a threshold at 750,000 with all the.
Triggers a
It
single
triggers a
lot
single audit.
that had to be paid by.
And we have to make sure that these funds are not used to pay for the single audit.
And she can't get all those numbers. See, she thinks it's
You're not that
7,500.
$750,000.
We're not even close.
All
That
right,
would take care of us for years. This is great.
Okay.
But no, we really close to that.
And I guess one of the other questions, what was the total project? Or was that just, the total project was just all the money
That's
that
just
you could have
everything.
raised?
Well, the total project, that is our annual organizational
Oh,
budget.
okay.
So I consider that as being our total project, because
Gotcha.
everything goes towards advocacy. So with our training, recruitment, support, ongoing training, it all goes towards the project. So.
that's 57.5.
Well, the 186,322, that's our complete, that's our whole budget.
That might be tough.
That's our whole, that's why we're only requesting the 57.5 because the rest of the funding there is 65. So that was another fund.
First comment.
All right.
Appreciate it.
I keep it
I'm
basic,
good.
I'm
Very
not
much.
smart. I'm not real smart, so it has to be very simple.
Gotta be on this side, you should be on this side of the desk.
You're probably wearing Stephanie's glasses that makes her a lot smarter.
Maybe you should get a pair. Well.
We would definitely appreciate any funding, because like I said, we're working on very hard on what avenues and recruiting that it's gonna have to cost, because the number of kids is just gone up tremendously, especially since COVID.
Well, that's why we,
It's kind of, yeah,
you were one of our
No,
picks.
a lot of, not a lot, but I'd say a handful, a good chunk of our advocates are retired. And we've lost a lot of them during COVID because they weren't comfortable
Sure.
going out and doing that, and just like a lot of people just aren't really into working. We might be having, I don't know if that's the reason why, but
We're trying to find the reason why so that we can address barriers and figure out what approach we need to take for effective recruiting. But we can't find the problem, so we're.
4 or 5 years ago, we did a kid come into care, we give them an advocate. Well, now
Oh,
the
yeah.
kids are just, we're being overrun with more kids than we have, and there's several cases that we've not been able to use.
This is our lowest for advocates we've had in several years. We've had a lot of difficulty. And like I said, in turn, fundraising, it's always the same trend. It's difficult. And like I said, with the raffle, I was hoping that the raffle would be good because there's no social interaction, whatever, people can use at their leisure. I think we ended up losing people on that raffle. All said and done.
Went over well.
It's horrible.
Was that the chief?
No, that was the year before. We actually did pretty well with G.
Yeah.
I think that's why we tried to stay the same path. So it did not prove effective. We tried. We won't do that again. We do have music trivia coming up September 16th. So
Oh, yeah. Who's gonna be the DJ at that?
that'd be Papa G. Greg
Oh,
Brett.
he
He used to
That's
have
the
it in
one
2019.
that,
He did a really good job.
He's awesome.
Was it 19 that we
Yeah,
had?
2019.
That was-
I was gonna suggest it if you did.
Yeah, he's great. I think we were pioneers.
We were the first ones
in the
to
area.
buy him, and now he's,
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that house
send
at
us-
home uses them.
Send us, before the format. We had a good time.
Yeah, it is.
Well, this is one of the reasons why you were one of our picks. You know, if it qualifies, I think, each one of us here. Try to help out.
I think this board appreciates you guys. We understand the value you provide for the children.
I don't do anything, they do stuff, I just do numbers and write.
as a team, we work very hard to try to help, to reach out.
Absolutely.
Is there anything else you want to let us know?
Yep, I think it's all.
Okay.
So thank you for coming
My
down.
stuff
Thank you.
here.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Go back up and do more math. My favorite.
Thanks for the numbers.
Oh, man.
What's scary is you're actually doing that math. That's what's scary.
Oh, that's what I was saying. Like, hired me for this. This is not okay. Thank you.
Well, actually,
She gave a good answer. What the money's-
I didn't know if they were gonna get there or not. That's, well, she came around.
She, I mean, she was direct. It was to replace lost fundraising.
And that's what they live.
That's what they live on.
Okay. He signed all 4 copies of those.
I don't know if they're writing a check or do they direct deposit, how they want to do
But
it.
they built village kitchen.
They put their account. So. Today. Either way, it doesn't get checked.
I'd say,
Still in the next week.
yeah, here. I did too.
All right, I'll make, so did they say he was gone all week or?
No, his son was, on vacation, I took for $1.
Oh,
So
okay.
he did it.
Okay.
Pretty obvious. So,
I'm gonna consider.
Hi, we haven't seen you in a long time.
30 minutes or so.
Is there?
This is Aaron. This
Aaron
is
is here.
Mr. Tom Summers.
In case you folks don't know who I am.
And here's
I know
our honorable mayor here.
Let me stand, please.
All right.
Not be seated now.
You see hands on the Bible or anything like that?
All right, so we'll just, listen to you guys, where you'd like to know basically what you're asking for, what the project is, in a nutshell. And just give us the details. Ron, you've been through this a number of times, so.
Yes.
Take over.
Well, when we submitted our original application, we had basically picked out the areas outside of the city limits that would serve our rural water customers that aren't in city limits. More recently, we updated the prices on these, because when we did this a year ago, prices have changed. So we have updated prices. There's a long list of projects. We'd like to talk to you about a couple of them. One of them that really strikes us as super important. Got a diagram for you here. This is the, that diagram is not on any page.
Is the estimate on it?
Yes.
What they call it?
Yes, yes. This is the airport. Veterans Airport. These two gray highlighted areas on the left and the right side of the page are water mains, transite water mains. Tim knows what these are. I know too. Yeah, everybody knows that.
We learn now.
These are underneath runway. Yeah. The first one's underneath runway 220 and taxiway Alpha. Over here on the right side of the page is runway 1129. It goes under taxiway Beta there as well. These water mains are transite. They are unlocatable. They are under 3 feet of pavement. That's how thick the pavement is out there. And to replace a section of that would be impossible if there was a leak under the runway. So we would have to replace like 400 or 500 feet of pipe to get all the way out underneath the runway, in both locations.
Basically, just do.
Yes. Now, that would mean putting it back where it's at if there was a leak. What we propose to do is reroute it around the runways. Okay. Now, what does this water serve? It serves the airport, serves the armory, it serves all the businesses along the frontage here. It's also unlocatable. We don't really know where it's at.
To give us the concrete.
Mm-hmm.
So that price tag's 162,200.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
160.
And that gets both sides.
160.
That would do, and again, these are preliminary estimates. There's no plans on these, but that is in the ballpark of what it would take to move these water lines outside of the road.
So if we funded that project, would you guys, if it ran over, would you be able to cover the extra funding?
It's a standard question.
That's just a standard.
No.
question. No? So what you would be asking for was us to cover that whole cost then. So if it came in at 225 or something like that,
Yes, for more money.
you'd be asking for more money.
There's other projects that are on the list that we're not talking about here, but there's, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
on that. So once we make our decision on these pages, we're going to, that's our decision. So what concerned me on comment, it could be, let's say 250, I understand that. Then that's already passed our decision, the money's already gone. So you need, Brian, you need to narrow down exactly what's.
Well, and we've
Yeah, we
talked
can
about
do that.
Okay.
It's very difficult.
If you have to adjust, readjust it and then readjust it, whatever, just tell us what it is.
We
talk
can
about it.
definitely do a more detailed if you select that part of the project.
If you think that's your priority, then that would be done.
I think it's a
Number one.
priority for Williamson County.
So one of the questions I had in mind is, are you guys looking to fund the 100% mark?
That's a decision
it
Well,
depends.
it depends, but I mean, if I turn in 1 million, 2 million, no. I mean, if it's something we can swing out, I try to be consistent with everybody.
You know, let's say if that's if you're giving out $250,000, if there's another project on there, Tom, do you have one that sticks out to you?
That's a good question, Ryan.
Yeah,
That-
like say they
Say
say
within
we
that
get $300,000.
250, 300,000 range.
And this is half of it.
So what are you guys looking for qualifiers? One project. We want what's gonna help you the most. All of these. We don't know.
I'll just say
We don't,
this.
we don't want another.
I'll just say this, the original intent of this money is to reach as many people as possible. It's a one-time shot, get money out of them, manna from heaven.
Well, and that's sort of why we picked these projects. These affect about 70 residential customers outside the city limits here.
Some of the business, some of them.
With the exception of the airport project, it's 70 plus residential customers. And these are in areas that have problems with the past, or 2-inch water lines.
Some of them are areas that we've taken over, like Whitewater District when it was dissolved. Over on Fleming Road and those areas. I mean, we don't have any records of this stuff. They were just handed over.
Yeah.
We know about that.
It's just a hodgepodge of things that happened in the past 30, 40 years that we hear.
Right.
It's a mess, and this is an opportunity.
Some of these projects may get funded fully, some of them may not.
Yeah.
So we will decide that later on, but we're trying to reach as many people.
And Ryan, it
as
may be a
possible.
situation where we say you guys can have 250, do as many as you can.
That's right.
East Elmer's a pretty high traffic area, so what is that project all about?
Dead in line is what
Would
it
that be
is.
a priority?
It's a dead, so our customers go all the way to the railroad track. And I didn't realize that until we go all the way to the railroad track. There's one house.
Fergie's
that's
picks
not-
up after
East
that.
Elmer project that
Yeah,
we're talking about.
I
Really?
think Fergie's picks up after that.
I assume so.
Purchase goes to, they go to, what's that subdivision right there?
So that's
Are you
taking,
looking to do it like an interconnect there?
Well, we could, but it requires a bore underneath the pipe or underneath the railroad tracks. That's very costly, and there has to be a lifetime.
well, you would be within the buffer zone. Going out the railroad track. That would
So
probably-
from Vanderbilt east to that railroad track, it's a 2-inch line. So that's an undersized, it's a water line, it's not a water main. It's an illegal line. Those customers should be on a 4-inch or greater water main. East Grand Road is another one. That's a hodgepodge of a mess there. There are Red Lake customers along East Grand Road. I'm sorry, East Culture. East Culture. We would like to pick up those customers. That's another good project.
Yeah, there's a gap, isn't there? It ends
So
at Blaine's
from
property.
Saliba, it's a Red Lake customer, we'd like to pick that one up. With Reed Farm, that is a Red Lake customer. And also, it would enable us to loop our line.
There's some
Extend it on
subdivisions going
out
in.
So that's a good project.
That's what East Clark.
With a whole new subdivision, by the way.
So if you had the water, they'd start subdividing.
They've already kind of
Yeah,
done some
it's,
preliminary work. It would definitely help to loop the line. And what we're gonna end up with is a lot of water handling there in the line.
Yeah.
Because it has nowhere, it's one directional feed.
Let me ask you this, Tom, so if we're trying, right now, we don't know, we don't have so much money to do it, so we're trying to get as much across the east side, the west side, south side, as much as we can. So airport obviously is number one.
That's our number one pick.
And if you were going to pick a number two, I'm going to guess East Park Trail would be up there. And
Wait,
I mean, I'm trying to put the numbers together in my head. So what would you pick?
Well, we discussed this earlier this week. This meeting. We did pick a project.
The West Clark Trail, the top one is actually a good one because there's how many homes, Tom? 15 homes on a a 1-inch and 2-inch service that kind of wanders through the old Ridgewood greenhouse and ties into Stotler Road. You go turn at Kroger's there, you keep going west, that road curves and ties into Stotler. All those homes back there are on 1-inch lines. That's not a good situation.
That would probably be a number 2.
So that was,
That's that
West
top
Clark.
one there.
West Clark.
West Clark Trail and West Stotler.
Yeah, that's the, oh, yeah, we talked.
That's the top
Yeah.
The Grand Avenue is a good one too, like these are all dead end lines basically, but as you know, Heron is developing that way. River Road's supposed to be coming through there, and this would
The new subdivision.
beef up the area.
Yeah, they would eliminate some white water.
Yeah, again, we've got a couple projects in there by water.
So when River Road is built, we'll extend that waterway north, and put that back into what's on Grand Road. So if there was already water main there, we would do that.
So we got all residential service, fire protection on these small lines.
Yeah, and residents.
so we go to the airport, we jump to West Clark Trail, and what would you get now at number 3?
Stotler, West Stotler.
Fair enough.
Those are the top 3.
What's all, is that the green area?
It's just this way.
West Stotler Airport, are you saying East Stotler?
Oh, the West Stop, we got West Clark Trail
Yeah.
and West Dollar.
Yeah, that's kind of confusing because we're looking at both ends of those two
Well,
routes.
okay, I see.
It's that first
Yeah.
process.
Okay. So that would be your number 2 or 3. I mean,
I'd say 2.
2, okay, I got it down as 2. And Grand Avenue at number 3.
Brian, what are you gonna do on the cross? Control.
I was wondering that too.
So, right now, there's the operator hall, there's a Southern Illinois waste container.
Yeah.
There's about 4 or 5 homes back in there. They're all off, they've got a spaghetti, the Ren Lake services that all start at the intersection of Vandyville and Crenshaw. There's 4 or 5 meters right there. They just go all over the place. They're illegal water services. We'd like to run a main down there and take over those.
You're gonna put a roundabout.
Yes. At
Crenshaw.
Crenshaw, yeah, on the other side of the tracks. Now that's purchased water over there.
So, okay. So
And
you're
that
not
would,
going, you wouldn't go that far.
So we would go to the road.
we'd have to stop the tracks.
Right now, we go to that first county, which is south to Rice.
Yep.
Cater.
That's how it is, the ice.
No, it turns south there by the operator falls.
Oh, okay.
And it does feed ice. You're right.
Well,
So your number 1 would be airport, your number 2 would be West Clark Trail and West Clark Road.
So not to skew the discussion, but the airport project, how's that going to work? They're the own airport authority, they got their own board. Are you guys?
If you guys own the water line,
You own the
I mean,
water
that's
line.
that's yours.
It's on their, it's on their property.
Yeah, that's yours.
I mean, I'm sure you have
You should have
board.
easements.
Yeah, I'm
You should have
sure we
easements
would,
to
but
take care of.
are you able to fund it with your pocket?
our pot money goes for infrastructure,
Anywhere in
water
the
and
county.
sewer in this county.
So I guess this project, it would qualify.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
And you know, once you get the
I think
plastic
we
board, you're gonna be turning up the concrete, look for.
Yeah. They'd be happy to.
It's a disaster.
You'd have to work with the airport now, schedule.
And we reached out to Doug recently and he was, we'll talk to him.
Okay. I'll see you tomorrow. Get that dedication.
We try to look at it from the perspective of everything outside the city limits, leading up some problem areas that we've had over the years. And obviously, we try to spend most of our resources inside. Inherit these things.
These are all
There's
projects
never any
outside
money
the city.
left to deal with problems outside.
We know about inheriting white ash.
We didn't even get into sewer. We weren't really sure where all this would take us.
I speak for all three of us, we want to help as many people we can help, as many towns we can know, that's our goal, and stay within our money. Otherwise, we got this Ryan to pay the difference. So
Easy.
So.
Get an asbestos pipe out of the ground.
Yeah, I can have as much as I want, huh?
Let's get that stuff out of the ground.
So is there anything you have to ask us, or I think we pretty well got a guide what we can look at here.
I think if you gave us X amount of money, I think we would design 2 or 3 of these
Around it.
projects
Yeah.
to make it work. And, again, we don't have any plans on any of this,
And it would be something you get done the next year or two.
yes.
What are you guys looking?
Week to 10 days.
Yeah. Want to have this done quick.
That way, no more pricing goes up. You get your own.
Money's in the bank. No, it's ready to go.
How will you do the logistics? We have to front it.
No, you'll turn in pay progress reports. And then we'll
Pay as you go.
that.
That's what I'm doing right now. I just turned one in for Fergus. They're gonna cut us a check. It goes into a new account that will open our water lines or whatever. That's how. You'll get up to X amount whenever they set up.
We need a clear paper trail on where that money goes. So
Yeah, Brian's room, we're using the progress here and everything, protocol that the project has to be completed in 2026. Otherwise. money has to come back.
and one other thing too, this grant may kick you over the $750,000 mark for single audit. So you guys may have to have a single audit. And these funds can't be used for single audit. You guys have done it.
Who is the accountant for here? Who does your lines?
KGB. All right. You did all.
Mary, did you have a favorite project you wanted? Might as well ask.
One mow my yard.
Paint your driveway and mow your yard.
No. You have the aces in the right places, you go with the recommendations.
That's right.
That's, you're
Exactly
exactly right. I agree
Yes.
to 100%.
And if you're not, you shuffle the deck.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've been known to shuffle a few things.
Yeah.
All right, well, guys, we appreciate it.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks for having us.
Yep.
Much appreciated.
Ryan, you got your next contestant here.
Yes, Dustin is here for the Spiller Town.
All right.
Shift my paper.
Dustin gets to come to the hot seat.
Call us.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, Mary, for coming in.
Thanks, y'all. Ryan, have a wonderful day, you guys.
This guy.
Yep, thanks, guys. See you. Take care. All right, Dustin, how much money you gonna give us?
How much?
How much money you gonna get us? No.
No? No, okay. Well, this is the mayor of Spiller Town.
Okay.
In the flesh here, Mr. Dustin. He works for,
We all
Wait,
rose, wait a minute, we all rise.
There we go.
You asked for Mayor for taking up.
Yes, we did.
Oh, yeah.
we did.
Yeah, Steve will tell you, get up.
Okay, so what we put together for Spiller Town, they've got 3 lift stations in town. You're familiar with lift stations?
Oh,
White
yeah.
Ash, okay?
Very familiar with
Yep.
the station.
Their largest lift station, which is what they call Main Street Lift Station by the community building there in town, is, I'm not gonna say it's their oldest, but it's probably in the worst shape. It's got some very old technology in there. It's been limped along for the last decade or 2. There's another lift station on the south side of town. We call it Richard Hayes Lift Station. It's probably the newest, but newest being that it was built in early 2000s. Okay, so it's approaching 20 years old.
Okay.
And then they've got the Scott Street Lift Station, which is also kind of on the south side of town, and it serves a community of houses. All 3 of these lift stations pump together, and all their sewage goes to Marion. Okay, their force mains are in good shape, as far as we know. We haven't had any major leaks or anything on those, but the lift stations are not in good shape. And then the fourth item we had was telemetry, which allows us to monitor these, from home or wherever. He doesn't have a lot of permanent employees that work for the town. So for him to be able to sit at home and say, okay, there's a high water level alarm, such lift station, he can at least send somebody to go out and check.
Is that what those lights are that flash?
Well, so it's beyond a light. It puts it on an app on your phone.
Right.
And it has a transducer that measures the water level. Kind of like.
Phones do everything, don't they?
Yeah. And it'll monitor amp draws. So if there's a mop head that gets sucked up in there and it's drawing a bunch of amps, it'll kick it out. It'll let them know, hey, I've got an issue.
Yeah.
It sends all this data up to the cloud, records timers on the pumps. Basically, it's whatever things don't.
So the total project on this one is
$262,000. That includes contingency and engineering and construction costs. This would be getting the pumps and some of the valves and valve boxes there adjacent to it, valve vaults, telemetry, all three stations.
and how many people does this sewer system serve?
We have about 200 residents. The one that's down in that subdivision, Hayes subdivision, there's probably 35 houses. But that one there serves alone. So I'd say about 240 people altogether.
There are some higher lead times on pumps as we discussed earlier. So this project could be permitted this year and bid in the spring and potentially have everything installed year to year.
How close you think you're 262?
I think it's pretty close. This estimate was done in February of this year, and those were pretty current prices then. I don't think they've changed a lot since then. That's kind of when we got the big bump.
I think it's big. I think it's big.
I hope so. Analyst on that.
Well, you don't buy a lot of pipe, you just want.
There is hardly any pipe.
Right.
It's mostly pumps and valves.
What,
There is some too, but it's small.
what we're looking at here, is this changed, or what are we looking at as far as?
It has not. This is what we originally submitted.
Pretty confident.
Pretty confident that we're close.
Okay, so if it did go over a little bit, you'd be able to handle the difference.
Well, they've got 30,000 or something maybe in the bank.
I think we're getting closer to 50,000.
So your request is 262,000.
They've got a small amount of money.
Hope we can help them.
How long would it take you to get this project on the streets?
I think that it could be permitted by the end of the year, and I think we could bid it this spring.
Next spring?
You lock in prices for so long, 69 days?
Prices wouldn't be locked until we receive bids and award the contract.
Probably couldn't lock it in now.
You cannot.
So once you bid, that they will be locked in for like
Yes.
60, 90?
They'll be locked in for the length of the contract. So once it's bid, prices are locked. But from now until then, they could go up or down.
Oh,
Have you, do you have any idea what your pump size is? What I'm wondering is that this might be a situation where we can find pumps while you're doing all the.
Yeah, so I thought about that. I do have an idea of each pump, how many horsepower we need. I don't want to tell you that right now, because I'll misquote it, but yeah, I think once we see, here's the deal, and then we can be more competitive by selecting two brands, Nike or Reebok or whatever, But most of the time, we need to kind of be uniform. So we either pick all Nike or all Reebok and all three of these.
Oh, yeah, I would have all the pumps the
Yeah.
same.
Each lift station have two
As
pumps.
long as they fit correctly, they gotta fit the pump curve correctly.
Yeah.
If we have to buy one Nike and two Reeboks, that's what we gotta do, because that's how pumps are sized to handle.
So do they have one or two pumps in each station?
Two in each lift station. The Scott Street is the smallest one, Richard Hayes is the medium one, and the Main Street is the biggest.
What do you stand with your days? Which one is your days?
Trucker.
Farmer or trucker?
the trucker, big guy.
Yeah, he's farming.
Yeah, farmer and trucker.
Great guy.
Richard Hicks.
He did a lot of farming in our county property.
Yeah, he's
I
a nice
really
guy.
like
I've been
Richard.
there.
Super.
Yeah.
Yeah, he built that subdivision, said it was 15, 20 years ago. It filled up quick.
What's nice, sir?
What's the size of your contingency?
I've got 10%, $20,000. Not a lot of flaws.
That's not, they said they have 30, 50.
Yeah, I mean, what I'd like to do is, before you agree on an amount, I would like to call some of these places and kind of figure out in my head one more time, make sure these numbers are super accurate.
You do that like pronto.
Pronto.
Yeah, then email us what you come up with.
Yeah,
Okay?
please get that done.
Yeah.
Like by, it's 10 to 11 now. You had that done by 11?
Yes.
As soon as I get them.
Yeah, I'm concerned that your contingency won't be enough.
Well, 10% is what we typically put in there, but.
What we don't wanna do is we don't wanna hurt their system, their financials.
Yeah.
By having them have to pay the additional.
Yeah.
Because once we give it,
Yeah,
there's a chance,
that's a lot
that's
in
it.
amount, yeah, because you're gonna.
Yeah.
try
And we're
to
gonna
see-
give it
We're
up
gonna
to
try and
people.
give every penny of this away.
Because if something didn't meet specs, whatever the reason.
Yeah,
Right.
no,
So you have to complete the project.
that's right.
You have to complete it. It's a
Right.
start, you gotta finish.
I'd be happy to update that for you today.
If you could, right, if you could email those to us.
That'd be good.
So,
Right, it's sent up to staff, you
Yeah.
can send them to us.
All right, you guys got any questions about Dustin?
Sounds great.
You ready for some money?
Yeah. Get going right direction.
Absolutely, we're ready to hand it out. We gotta get it out of the
It's
bank.
like Christmas for us, man.
Yeah. We'll be like presents.
Would you like it wrapped or just?
Yeah. Green's really my favorite color, so you can do green wrapping paper.
Like a chill. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
All right,
Take
take care, appreciate it.
Thanks.
See you.
I'm the only one here.
Yeah, we're just a little
I'm
early.
gonna take a 5-minute break.
Yeah, North Highway Water will be here shortly.
Who's next?
North Highway Water.
Okay, we're gonna take it.
Sure.
I'm gonna break.
Yeah.
That time. Hey, I've got to introduce myself to you, if I don't, my wife will kill me. I'm Janice Empson's husband.
Oh, my goodness. I guess it'll let them way back.
Yeah, she said, you be sure, and you say, yeah.
Goodness sake, right.
We've been married 52 years. I said, your grandma, you take care of you?
Absolutely, she took care of me. One of my favorites. I had a lot of them take care of me, because my parents like to throw me out to other people, but she was one of my favorites. Ms. Empson was
Yeah,
top notch.
yeah.
Been married 52 years. I was trying to think, before my mom passed, I think mom and dad were 58.
58?
Nowadays, heck, you're married 5, it's an accomplishment. So,
We got married in, of course, Joyce, Janice.
Yeah.
She lived here, where she was a widow. She was girls, and I got married with Siberia. And she said, you want to go live in Maryland? Close to my sister, and I
Yeah.
said, well, sure, why not?
yeah.
So we lived here for 35 years.
Miss Empson, my goodness, I go back in time.
Then we moved up between Johnson City and Frankfurt, and I was running the Edward Jones office in Johnson City, and some of the clients came in, and they were on the water. So sure.
These water boards is a great deal, if you had the right board.
And we seem like we got a good board, and the only problem is, we can't expand, we can't increase our revenue, we're kind of stagnant area there.
Yeah.
And so our revenue, we try to keep our costs down as much as possible.
Yeah, we'll get the money.
And so we're trying to update. Here comes some other. We got that one here.
Oh, that's Motley crew here.
It is, well, I'll tell you what.
That's impressive.
They gossip.
Nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Okay.
I'm tired of looking, you've been here all day, just sit up here with us.
I can. They're taking a 5-minute break, so you guys can have a seat here.
Babysit.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta tell you who I am. He's on God, yeah.
Yeah. Jason, you want to sit up there?
Sure. You know, get up here in the front seat.
Yeah.
You know, actually, Jesse should get up here too, because he's young.
We'll sit back and
Sit back here and thump you in the back of the head, you don't answer right. Yeah.
Fall asleep, huh?
yeah, I'll be all right. He's got a doctor.
No, we got good information.
Haven't heard anything yet from Frank again.
They said they wouldn't know anything until this fall. That's what they
This
told me.
fall?
That's what they told me.
Okay.
That's what,
What
When he
was
said he was
that
late,
thing?
he
What
said,
was their termination
applications.
date? Was it
as soon as
2026?
they knew what they were going to get.
So they have up to 2026 to release the smuggler's fund.
Okay, that's right.
So, they don't literally sit there.
Oh, right.
Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah.
You guys know Jim back there?
And how are you?
Oh, hey.
I've seen you everywhere.
Oh, God. You look a little different than last time.
Good to see you.
Yeah. So how's the weather today?
Humidity's down, it's a little nicer out there, isn't it? Last.
You know, they call the three ladies now, three weather ladies in the chapter, three mixed angels. I've heard that many times.
Good.
I didn't hear the rest of it. No, I didn't. I said.
Because that's
I said,
the
"I'm gonna be looking at me." Eat my coffee.
Wow, we got a crowd.
Is there anybody else coming?
Just like
Mickey said it was.
I'm gonna send these out there real quick. Warm up my coffee here.
Keeping you busy, aren't they?
Yeah.
How many projects are you working on?
And they,
Yeah.
Guys, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Just brought a crowd today.
Special occasion.
We get some money. That's always a good day. Oh, well, we're gonna get some money. The process.
It's going.
that was this last one.
Right now, I think it probably,
We still have Carter
Figure it
at
out.
11:30?
and once I maybe figure it out, I should get with you.
We've done
if you
School
want.
Town, which is at 12:30, so that, and then done Casa, so that gets us back at 1:00, is my house.
Yeah.
What's that?
No, it's-
Did you
it's
get a
not
hold
too
of the
bad.
celebrations, guys?
No.
Well, Rick's not listening, I mean, he's gonna talk.
So this.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's- Man. Yeah, we're getting ready to do it right now. Here's.
Yeah, he showed me, so he thanked you on there just a few seconds. He's like, well,
That's it. That's what he is. So Carter at 11:30.
He's always been there.
And then, as soon as we get over there, we'll
Okay.
carry until. Well, you know, him, that's on TV. Yeah.
oh, yeah, I've been on the phone with him.
Cause he had, that's where he had to start, so. And couldn't get a hold of him.
She's helped me out.
Go there to their place and work with them.
Yeah. I don't know if it's going to again. As we're going to work.
Not paying their
Or still living.
last bill or last few bills. Still live there to know it's money.
30, 40 years, like
We'll see once I get all this kind of put in and go from there.
Hey, what's going on?
Not another straggler.
We down there.
Just one, right?
Did you want to leave anybody left to watch the phone? Is everybody coming in today?
You know, what scares me is, with this kind of trip, we have to give you pretty close what you want, or we're gonna get our. Because you all are a lot bigger than we are.
Well, you got the memo, that's good.
Michelle. Woo. Man,
We back on, Stephanie?
I'm trying.
I'm getting kind of.
Okay, so this will be the 37.
We're so tired of seeing Ryan, we're ready for him to leave today.
Ryan could have a good day today.
Ching, ching.
All right. Brian? Okay, you know the routine?
Yes, so we've got the North Highway Water District here, and we put together a project that consists of 4 items. Earlier, we talked about telemetry, how important that is. They have 1 water tower, okay, and they pull water off Run Lake, and go straight into the water tower, and they gravity feed their system. We're wanting to put in telemetry to monitor the water tower and the valves. They have a large, they got 325 customers in rural Williamson County, and roughly 120, 150 customers in Franklin County. We're not asking any money to fund the Franklin County portion. This is only on the Williamson County side. But all their water meters are the old-fashioned type where you have to manually read them. We're wanting to change those meters out and put in radio reads so that one person can drive by and read the whole system. Their water tower, 200,000 gallon. It has not been drained, cleaned, and inspected in quite some time. It's always a recommendation that this is done at minimum every 5 years. Do you guys know when the last time that was done? It's been a while. Moose might know, he's not here.
What would you ask him for, Brian, on this one?
I'm asking for $235,000. More than half of it is the water meters.
235.8 total.
That's correct.
35.8?
That's correct.
Okay, so if they drain that tower, then we paint it?
No, this would just be an inspection, and if it requires being repainted, then we're gonna have to start scheduling something to do that. We won't know until, we haven't seen the inside of the bowl in a long time, so.
So some of these funds would go to draining the tower. and
It's
inspection.
in draining and inspection, that's correct, because then we hire someone to do that, climb up there, check the paint thicknesses, check for other deficiencies on ladders and cables.
So you know the next question, so they find a deficiency, they have to do something. How will you pay for that?
So there's a couple options. They could go with a planned service, like with Suez is a company that does it. Basically, they pay an annual fee and they'll come start doing inspections, repairs, and schedule a paint job. That's one option. The other option is to get money to pay. For my visual inspection, I think it's fine on the exterior. We don't know anything about the interior. There's, it's kind of in the woods, so it's growing some mold on it or whatnot, but a lot of that can be taken care of with basically kind of like power wash houses. You can do the same thing with the water tower, but lift.
So if you were awarded this money, let's say next week, what time frame are you looking at?
Well, fortunately, none of this requires a permit to do any of this work.
All right.
Okay. A lot of this is inspection and maintenance. Water meter replacements, you don't need a permit for because they're putting back in. This stuff could probably be bid in a few months. Have to go out and figure out what kind of system they're going to go with. If they're going to stay with brand X meter, or if they're gonna switch meters, or
For the board's sake, just so you kind of know what, three of us, well, actually, all do agree on this, okay? It's kind of hard for everybody to agree on the board, but we all do agree. We're trying to help, you know, as the town's coming in here, we're trying to help as many people as we can help this county, touching lives most, okay? That's why these are all pretty much water board infrastructure. So that's what our target is, and it was the first time around too. So that is why you hit the first list, okay? I've already paid mine off. I owe Mayor Bertini a beer, so I'm out. Now, these guys will pay you this amount of money out of their pocket, but I already done my part. But no, that's what we're trying to do at every one of these, except for a couple are.
I mean, this project could begin pretty quickly. And as we spoke before, can it be completed by 2026? Absolutely. The biggest holdup on this would be ordering the meters. Fitting the meters is one thing, but getting them here, it's just like everything else in the water main industry. It's taking some time to get meters. I know that Aaron ordered a dozen meters the other day. When I say the other day, 2 months ago, they still don't have them. They didn't order a lot. They only ordered 24 or something.
Is there any coordination between board departments about what type of meter to use so that you guys can have the same, not everyone has to keep all the parts?
So there's kind of three technologies. There's the old manual read type, there's radio read, and then there's the next level up, which is called the AMI system, where they bounce signal off each other and kind of like repeaters, and it sends the information real time to the district office, okay? Marion has that system. Goreville has it.
Johnson
Some
City.
cities, yeah, there's a few that are.
Was asking for.
Right, that's what they asked today.
Yeah, and there's a few systems that have that.
Yeah.
We're not asking for that, we're asking for kind of, I'm not gonna say it's older technology, it's still very good.
Yeah.
And it's reliable. Pittsburgh Water has the radio read system. It used to take them 6 days to manually read on their meter.
Right.
When they switched, now they can do it in 3 hours.
See, we just talked to the Burnside too.
Yeah.
So,
Same type of system.
Yep.
so when you talk about this, and I've heard people do it in different ways, you know, they said you can get an app, you know, so you can get an app or you can get it.
So the telemetry will be on an app, yes, on your phone where you can monitor it. It will not pick up the water meters. It will just be monitoring the water tower and the valve.
So if I had a leak at my house, they'll know immediately.
So,
Many things that would concern a lot of people.
yeah, so no, that would be the AMI system, the mesh system.
That's sharp.
Yeah, and that is, and it involves a couple other things. It's not only do you have to have that, you have to change your billing software, and there's a lot more of an upgrade just to that.
That's a ground up system.
It is, it is.
Yeah.
And it's probably twice as much as this.
Well, you don't need something you can afford later on.
That's right, and we want something that they can maintain,
It has to
something
be
they can
committed
get,
to take care of it.
and I'm not gonna say low technology, but it's the technology that, you know, that comes well upgraded to, you know. A lot
Well,
of
it's
people
proven
are,
technology too.
Yes,
It's been
that's
around for a
exactly
long
right.
time.
it has been around for a while. And it's very reliable, you know, the batteries in these will last 20 years, you know, on the radio side. Now you have this AMI stuff. I don't know, you get 10 years out of the batteries, you know, or you get 20, it's kind of undetermined at this point.
I think the board, you guys should be commended for taking action and being aggressive to try to get some of this money. I mean, for the people who serve. Some people kind of sit flat footed, you know, Brian, and they didn't really make a move. Now they're all starting to trickle in.
Well, you know, you've got boards that are progressive and you've got the ones that like
That's right.
sit there and do
Exactly
nothing.
right.
Well, I think some of
Yeah.
that, Brent, was because they probably thought we were
The second round.
some doubt.
Yeah.
I think that was
Yeah.
probably some doubt out there. It's been our intention to give her.
I'm sure they all,
And it's a
every
tough
one of them
position
has
that
that.
we're in. You get this money, everybody's got their hand out, so it's our position, our turn, way, we have to determine who we're going. Some people.
I think
get
you
it, some
guys do it
people aren't.
right, you know, you try and give us
It's a no-win situation.
$250,000 out, 300,000 out to as many people as you can.
Try to
As
stay,
many water districts as you can.
Right.
in my mind, I've got an amount I try to stay at this round. If we have to add a little more, add a little more. You just can't just overdo it for
No.
time and then you're out of money.
Yeah, round one, here's round two,
Yeah.
maybe there's a small amount for round three to finish it up.
I think you guys have a very, in my eyes, I don't know if I'm saying a doable amount.
Right.
And I think that with 10 days, you might be smiling.
We're trying to bring them into the 21st century.
Well, he's already, with the cost ahead, he's already in it.
We are
so.
kicking and screaming going in. That's right.
Yeah.
We have a very good,
So who's board members here?
they're all board
Three
members.
board
This is our new operator, our long-term operator, just retired, fully retired
Way
last
better
month.
looking too.
Yeah. In the water district.
So you said that you're painting the water towers as well?
No, we'll be inspecting it, do a drain and clean.
How big a process is that?
Well,
Explain that
so
to
we
me.
have to take the water tower offline, so now we're completely reliant on Rend Lake's water pressure to feed the system per week. We just did it at Fergus Water. We took the water tower offline, drained and cleaned it, and painted it. That took 3 weeks.
Totally drain it.
Yeah, drain it. Don't want to see what's in the water tower.
I don't drink it, so it make a
Okay,
difference.
so gotta clean all that up. That all goes down in the fill pipe and they take the shop vac and shovels and get everything out that they can. And then put it back online. They gotta disinfect it, sample it, put it back on.
So not that this would affect our decision, we thought we were painting, we thought they weren't, which is.
So,
Well-
to be like Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
Good idea.
What I'm thinking here is all the knowledge you're giving us, the three of us can open up a business and start building water towers. We've got it all figured out now.
Well, it'd be a good business to be in.
Tim could go up to the highest level. I'll stay on the lowest.
You think about heights though.
You ever been up on a water tower?
I saw them redoing the one right out here.
I've been up there. It's
It looked like a carnival ride, man.
I'd be sick halfway up. so.
Yeah.
Another fun thing.
Not me.
Is there any questions you guys have for us, the board has for this?
I did have one question.
Yeah.
Obviously, well, the notion if we do have to pay it, we'll use it to the funds. I'm not opposed to you guys giving us a little bit of extra money for that paying job.
Well, that's good thinking.
I mean, that's my forward thinking, yes.
Yeah.
So if it's gonna have to be done,
Aggressive board member.
I brought that up because of that, so you know.
If they had to paint their water tower, it would cost somewhere around $150,000.
Is that right?
If it has lead and they have to curtain it, contain it, it's double the price.
That's what they got.
So go ahead and increase that much, and if we don't use that much, we'll give it back to you.
My God, that's good thinking.
And I said, one of the things we've been trying to do is to not build a problem for the local district. So we give you money to upgrade your meters, then all of a sudden, a few years from now, you can't afford it, can't take care of it. That's something that we're trying to look at also. So
I don't
when I hear
believe
that
that to
we're
be the
gonna
case.
drain a tank and look at it, are we building you guys a problem? If there is an issue, that tank will be building you a financial problem in the future. Right now, we're a very fiscally responsible water district. Watch our P's and Q's. You're not asking for the top level meters because that's something we think is not sustainable. Yeah. So that's why we're looking for a tier below. That's something we think we can do. System. So if there is a problem with that, we don't have the money to pay for that.
No, we just have to schedule and deal with it ourselves. And I'm sure there's gonna be something, if it's a ladder that needs fixed or replaced,
Oh, you're bound to
I
have
can
something.
afford that. If it's a hatch that needs to be fixed or replaced, I mean, we'll get a 50-page detailed report on the inspection. We'll hire that out through a third party.
Where's that tank at? Where's it?
It's on 37, between 37 and the railroad tracks.
These guys might be.
What's the nearest
Right across from JJ, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say about that tower there.
Huh, yeah.
Funny, everybody knows what that's.
It's tucked back in the woods, there's a long way.
That's great, that's how you tell everybody where you're at.
JJ's and hang left. Gotcha.
And you did this before with everybody else here, but if this was to trigger a single audit, you guys be.
So I didn't explain that to them.
Okay.
Since you haven't received any other federal grant money, last year, you won't have to. If they give you 235,000, you don't have to do a single lot. If they give you $750,000, you have to get a single lot. Now, what is a single lot? What's the difference? It's a deep dig into your financials, and it may be a $5,000 or $10,000 expenditure. I don't think you're gonna have to spend.
And that would
These
be
are
a
the funds.
combination of any other funds.
Yeah, you can't
Whether
use-
state, federal, or
Yes.
us. You know, if you're at 500 or say 600,000.
So you got grants
And
somewhere
then you
else.
got this awarded, that would trigger the single audit.
But
And these
to
are
my
funds can't
knowledge,
be used to pay. for
Yeah,
it.
Right, this can't be used.
We do a financial audit. Yeah.
and they haven't had any grants.
Good.
I don't know that we've ever had.
There was one grant that came through when they moved the water tower, that, years ago.
Yeah,
It's
it's just.
So that
That
was
was
a grant, that's, but we're paying it back.
Yeah.
That
Well,
was
it's
still-
probably one of the-
Well, this is for the year.
that
Well,
was
it's 12
supposed
months,
to-
you're
fiscal
fine.
year.
And that's all spelled out in the grant application process. To, all the details, we give you a copy of that, take a look at it, have your attorneys look at it. Go over it so that when we meet together, we understand everything about it. So, I don't have any other questions.
I'm good.
You guys have any questions for us?
No, so, I don't have any.
All right.
Thanks for coming in,
All
fellas.
I know is I make Ryan go buy lunch.
Okay.
That's right. That's a bag of chips or something. Yeah. It's better than nothing. Pick somebody else. Yeah.
Wrong folder, yeah.
Off the pole.
Actually, probably within 10
25
days, you'll probably know.
I appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in, guys.
See you.
Grant's nice meeting you.
Everybody,
Yeah,
you're all right.
I did some really good projects. too. All right, Rodney, you doing all right? I think so, best I can tell.
Boy.
Welcome to the hot seat, boys.
Brandon's on his way. I don't know.
I
He
think
was
I
hollering out.
had 325 customers in Williamson County.
Actually, you get the hot seat, and Brandon gets the hot seat. I'm gonna sit over here and cheer.
Yeah, we gotta do a break. Here. Over to-
Randy,
You
how are
guys
you?
doing all right?
Doing good. How's it going?
Good. Except Brad will be here in just a few minutes, so.
Oh, yeah. We got a raise. And, you know, if we didn't stand up for you guys, we just, you know.
I'm glad.
You stand up in the mirror. You think?
I tried thinking that one time, and I got in trouble.
Didn't work out so good.
You know?
How's John getting on?
He doesn't move enough. He gets the computer, I guess what duty says, he just sits on the computer, doesn't get up, all the stuff, it's on.
I saw about a month ago.
It's very rare,
Was he on the walker or the cane?
very rare they get out.
Yeah.
And
I saw him
he called
drive.
down like every other day.
He still drives.
He'll go to bank meetings.
He'll go to bank meeting.
But he doesn't get up and move enough, and so he's getting old.
Once you lose your mobility, yes.
Yeah, he's got the things going against him.
You lose your muscle memory. That goes.
He'll be 80 this year.
See, I didn't write down though.
42, so.
I know we'd really like to try to get down to Florida.
But he does.
He does, Judy won't do it.
Let's finish the rest.
Yeah.
And her worry is as they get down there, he gets down.
You know,
And then, well, I mean, he gets down, then she hasn't helped.
she-
But it's not fair.
But he does, well, I was gonna say, he does so much better whenever he's down there.
Yeah.
You know,
He goes
they've
to
got
the pool,
that swimming
do
pool
therapy
that's
sessions.
right next to him right there. And so every day, he's going to the pool and walking around in the pool, which would be fantastic.
Unfortunately, he's thinking out for himself and helping
Well,
herself.
She would probably have the help, but it's just help she he's not familiar.
Yeah, it's probably true.
Yeah, it would
That's
be
it.
it'd be either the rehab people or hospital, got the ambulance, you got everything.
I told him to go anyway.
But you don't know
That's what we did
any
too.
of these people, you
Well,
don't
good
know
point.
doctors, you don't know.
Well, and then she is the one that's responsible for getting back here,
Yeah,
which
Right.
is tough, her driving the entire way, because they used to swap
I
right.
need to swim up, swim out, yeah.
Until dead, that's what that plane's for, rental cars.
that's why he's right now,
That's why I think that's why Richard Deck is not so well, because he is constantly.
Can't sit still.
He comes see me about twice a week.
Well, you whether you like it or not, he's gonna come in anyway.
You're not sitting still.
No, it's good. So,
93, unbelievable.
you're kidding?
No.
I had no clue. that
His
he-
brother's 96 and his sister's 94 and they're all sharp as that.
Oh, my God, I didn't know he was. a
He's
football guy.
93.
It's amazing.
I didn't realize that.
I thought he was close.
I thought he and John were
John's age.
close.
I did too.
He gets around.
Wow.
Oh my God. He fell a couple of times recently. He broke his rib and then put it down a little bit, but he's not going. Hey, you're that age, they're tougher than all of us in this room. I mean, he tells me a story about, I mean, it's true. I mean, you know, they had well water. They would take baths, kids take baths once a week. Be filthy dirty, sleep together. That's tough. Eat stuff out of the ground that you wouldn't even, he eats Vic Sad, okay? He eats Vic Sad, so I think that's what keeps him going. Him and his brother both eat Vic Sad. If that's what it takes, I'm gonna go get a gallon of
Make a
it.
sandwich,
Now,
just spread that on some bread.
okay,
Peanut butter or Vic Sad.
all honesty here, okay.
I like it too.
Well, I was gonna say, if I had a sore throat,
I love it.
Mom had this, those Dickies.
Yep.
Yeah.
And she put one of those around after she'd swabbed me all down, and then give me a kiss, good night. And then it was like, okay, open up. She.
Yeah. Look,
Hey,
you
the sad part is,
arthritis.
I didn't have a sore throat.
Yeah.
So.
I've got 2 bottles beside the bed,
I grew up with that.
and I'll,
Keep everything lubricated.
Yeah.
and I will promise you,
Everything comes out pretty good now.
I will promise you this.
Not sure how we got to this point, but we're here now.
If you have a coughing fit, you're coughing a lot, right here, you put a big
Yes.
stab,
I've heard
take
that.
it on here
I've heard
and put on like white sock as tight as you can. It's over.
Really? I hadn't heard
I have
that.
heard that. I couldn't remember what.
Unbelievable.
But I remember people.
This
saying,
isn't
put
part
it
of
on
our
your feet
presentation.
And put on tight socks. Vic
Yeah, your
Sav,
presentation is not quite as.
Vic Sav, you did a little commission on this round.
We just want to do a party.
We're just all downhill from here.
You're not recording this, right? So.
Yeah, we're live, yeah.
Well, that's why Vic Sav's gonna send us a commission for
There
talking
you
about
go.
it.
That's what it is. You're sponsored, aren't you?
Good, Vic's. Put on my nose, my throat, my chest,
Oh,
my face. Good stuff.
I can already see how it's Carrie later on. She'll go, so I'm gonna go for the commissioners.
That's the way to Big Sad on the feet, that's what we talked about.
Yeah, you don't want to know.
Here, eat this.
Yeah.
This is what I learned today.
Yeah.
Something new, that's for sure.
So you're barking out an order or something, and you're coughing, do this.
Put those feet up here. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is live report.
Brad's keeping us from lunch right now.
what we doing in the house, Hope they come in or?
Not till 1.
One?
So you're gonna go to lunch.
Right, Spillertown is done, Casa is done.
We're about done, okay, then
So we have household celebrations this afternoon. And then we still have a 2 p.m. meeting.
correct.
Oh, got it.
Just an item kind of bringing us up to speed or what have you, we got, for call, We got our plan sheet located with all of our meters on it. We got our specifications finished and done. We put our listing together, names and addresses to go with the meters. We went out for bid. So,
You called your building today now?
actually, I haven't got any calls.
This week.
You got 5? Actually, I just came from a meeting there.
3 of them are repeaters.
Yeah, like I said, I just I had a meeting with Culp and IDOT on their MFT, which they got $67,000 in their MFT program.
Really?
And
So
so
when they start using it, fix some roads.
we are. That's exactly what it
That's what
was.
one lady complained about yesterday.
That's what I was.
Are they oil and chipping?
They will oil and chip. All the roads are basically an oil and chip or just a rock. Thing of it is, of course, they haven't spent any money since 2018. And, oil and chip roads, depending upon what the oil is that you're using, they'll last 3 to 4 years. With the new polymer, they're saying they'll last 5 years.
Yeah.
So you're right here, Brad.
I'm right here.
Yeah.
That looks like the hot seat to me.
You said save your seat, so I did.
I'll remember that.
Good to see you.
Yeah,
You did.
That's the
I told
objective seat.
I'm back here for cheerleading.
From the second floor?
Straight to the window. We got your windows.
Oh, if we have a new mayor, we all.
Oh, there you go, snuck in.
We all rise.
All right. Nice. Here.
They didn't do that.
Brad Robinson.
Yeah.
They walked in, we just stayed planted the seat.
Let's start out with, what do you want? Yeah.
He snuck in.
All right, Carterville has hit the door. Metropolitan area.
So Donnie, tell us about your project.
Basically, downtown, parking is very, very minimal. There's a paved parking lot behind City Hall between the police station, about the surfaced, good parking lot. Well, there's an area that's back behind, that joins that parking lot to the south, behind those other businesses in there. Actually connects the church to gravel area. It's really not a parking area, it's more of, paths and access to the back of those buildings and paths that connect to different parking lots. And so we were looking at what we could do to get additional parking downtown, since Carterville does so many downtown events, and there's actually new businesses happening downtown and stuff. And that's always kind of everybody's working hard. So I just one day threw together a map saying, with all this property that city owns back here that's not even graveled, how could we lay this out and make pave it, stripe it to where we can have some parking back there for events or just for businesses. And so I threw this together. I don't remember exactly how many we got back there. It's probably listed on here. I've taken to see. But the biggest thing before we do the parking lot and all the paving, there's drainage issues downtown. And there's a lot of the drainage from the east side of town comes through a big box culvert underneath the Division Street. Runs through this area. We're talking about paving and then off to residential on Lake. So there's been flooding issues downtown where some businesses adjacent to this have actually got water in the past or bad swims. So we're going to have to do underground stormwater retention. And so that was part of this project, was to improve a couple of the existing culverts and inlets downtown, put underground pipes for underground stormwater retention to help control the flooding, and then pave and stripe this area that the property the city already owns to get parking. So
if you were going to split this apart, to what's going to actually hit ARPA, paving is not one of them.
Right.
Infrastructure wise, what dollar amount?
Sewer, storm sewer.
Storm sewer.
So basically, and the thing is we're not really regrading the way or anything, because it's already there. We're just curious and get shaped when you install the fence. But to put storm sewer through, I broke it down. What I did is I took our estimate and I backed out the asphalt. We still gotta remove the entrance, the driveway entrance, and put the stuff suits.
Total cost, yeah.
So basically I pulled the paving out, and then I backed out a little bit of engineering for the paving part of it and a little bit of inspection. And it's down to $523,000, 440, essentially.
My next question, these are all same questions.
Mhm.
We asked everybody. This board has agreed on pretty much everything we come up with. And our whole idea is trying to touch as many lives as we can and help every town. So, but we also need to stay within a threshold of money to try to be even with everybody, not just one person $1.5 million and everyone 100,000. If you got, let's say, the majority of this, let's say, or is there another way you could fund it, the rest of it?
Yes. Yep, we can use a combination of our city gas tax fund, which is a fund that we generate revenue by 2 cents a gallon tax on our fuel. And then another account that we would use is our sanitation fund, which that revenue stream is generated by a fee placed on the community trash bill. And sanitation is named because of the revenue source, but we use it for infrastructure projects. We use it for buying equipment, vehicles as well. So we have funds available between city gas tax and sanitation where we can get the project completed.
Well, I can attest, living there whole entire life. Downtown, well, it's kind of like a big square. It's terrible, terrible parking. It's nothing that anybody could help, but expanding parking, especially with the new business coming into the building, it's an absolute. No ifs, buts about it. I must.
Have you seen the layout?
I'm not seeing the layout, no.
Yeah, this was in that ARPA thing, and if you got no back right, I just counted them, there's approximately 90 spaces that we're getting in there. I ran it. Mhm. Yeah, and that's actually, I actually had another one that was gonna get more, but it was gonna take the church and some agreement with them. So this is kept separate from the church. So I want to.
If we come to an agreement with the church, we can actually connect to their large parking area, and we would have spillover for their events as well as our events, but since we haven't really ironed out a deal besides just a discussion.
Well, see, the old railroad goes through there, so it really hampers the way that the church parking lot's laid out. And if we were combined with the church, then their stuff could be restriped, and there would be quite a few additional stalls there. We just thought a long time ago.
90 is huge. I didn't realize you put that many in there.
Yeah.
Have you approached Greater Region with some of this funding?
I don't know if
We have not. The two places that we approached, we had that 30,000 foot view of just doing the parking lot. And especially with some of the new businesses, they said, well, when are you gonna pave it? We said, well, there's more to paving. If we don't do the stormwater retention, the building that Jennifer Spence just remodeled is gonna end up with water. I said, we've got to get this water problem taken care of. We've been fortunate. We've kept the drains clean. We've done some other work where we haven't had, coupled with not having 12 inches of rain in an hour and a half in the last couple of years, we've been fine. But the council named that first piece phase 1 because we knew it was pointless to pave anything if we didn't take care of the storm.
Right.
And that's the cost.
Yeah.
Now we added, when Jennifer did the bakery thing downtown, we added some parking for employees back behind those buildings there for them, just as gravel.
Yeah, we finished it out as gravel, but yeah, we have some parking planned back there, but we figure that's going to be utility type parking for their employees.
And the storm detention and stuff is twofold also, because number one is to help take care of some of these drainage issues they have downtown from water coming from the east. But the other thing is we will pave all this. All this dumps off into a ditch that runs through residential neighborhoods until it gets to Johnny Logan and the cover. So we have to contain that so we don't flow it. So that.
Yeah, just like that long.
That's where all my water's been coming from. Ah, yeah.
You're up on the hill. You don't get this one.
So, but yeah, that's where we're at.
So Donnie, what's your timeframe?
I mean, we get to where we get the money to do it, then it's something that, I guess it would be possible we could get it done this year. I don't know what the paving.
You're probably looking from a
I'd say
construction
spring.
standpoint of at least 23,
Yeah, I'd say spring
But
possibly.
you'll be complete in 23, you think?
probably toward the end of 23.
Yeah.
Towards the end of 23.
I mean, it might, what I'm saying, though, I mean, it might be something, because as much as I've got on it, done already on it, because we did survey and work and stuff on it, so that I make sure things want to work here. It's possible we get design done, I just don't think we get it built this year because of asphalt plant shutting down, so it probably be designed through the winter and bid
Next
spring. And there again, I mean, it's not gonna be a long drawn out job, it's gonna be, y'all go pretty quick.
By the time you get in your detention and everything put in the ground, which is going to be early spring kind of scenario, that's going to enable you to be able to get the asphalt plants.
Yeah.
Going and run it hard and heavy.
Yeah.
You're gonna be able to be finished, Worst case scenario is gonna be early November of 23, and that's for sure.
So we fund this to say 300 grand, and you guys will be budgetary wise, you'll get finish the rest of it.
Absolutely. Yeah, in fact, the council had broken it into phases. We haven't designated phase 2 as phase 3, but we designated phase 1 was the stormwater piece, and it absolutely has to be done first. So because the council recognized it's in phases, phase 1 will be fully funded, completed, then phase 2 will be planned, funded, completed, phase 3. So, yeah, it's our intention to have the entire area back there paved and striped. Because as the businesses are growing and as the vacant buildings are being sold and remodeled, time's not really on our side. If we have great businesses downtown, but people find it too troublesome to find a place to park, they're gonna go to another town. So,
Gotta make it convenient.
yeah,
That'd be convenient.
the momentum's moving forward and we've got to continue to push the bowling forward. If we don't, it's gonna.
I love your project. I think it's a great idea.
And this is your cue for the, single This is your day to sign, go ahead, lay it on.
I think I've heard this.
You've heard this one, you've heard this more than once, Ronnie, I'm sure.
Anything over $750,000, you can get in 1 year. Contributors are seeing the money. So whether or not where you're at, if this was put over, you have the ability to pay for the single lot because you can't use the ARPA funds.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this won't, unless we're fortunate enough to get something else.
Do we give a round of applause?
Soon, we get this one pushes in. The 2 projects we're working on and that we may get funding on in the same year, the one of them is through USDA Rural Development, and it's not a grant, it's a 40-year interest loan.
Okay.
So, so I don't believe, unless we're fortunate enough to have one of our old apps come back through, we're gonna hit the single audit, but even if we do, sure, yeah, we'll.
And I would still contact Kerry Municipal Region to see what they can do later on. It might be like a 5-year.
For phase 2, maybe.
Yeah.
And see what they can, at least apply for. And, there's may have been past time to accept, plans, but they do it every year, so that might be get it in line. Because I think some of this.
Well, our greater Egypt grant we have for design on business.
Yeah.
Design, was that this year or last year? I don't know when it was.
No, it was this year.
So then that would be part of that.
Yeah. What our plan is to use STU funding for is part of that rural development, low interest loan for water that I was talking about. It's gonna replace the old water main that runs through Division Street, through town. If you've ever driven north through town, hit those bumps on the right side of the road, that's all patches on that old 8-inch line. We're replacing that with a new 10-inch main. So after that's done, we received some STU funding to do engineering, and our goal is to then apply at a later date STU for resurfacing. And then resurface division and get rid of all those patches. Once the new water.
Redo Division Street, repaving, new curb and gutter, and intersections downtown, and there are all those with better turn lanes, widen them out a little bit. And then side roads, nice turns, side roads.
So we've kind of set STU a goal to use STU funding for that. But there are other things that Carrie, can get a hold of at different times.
Sure.
But we'll be in touch with, I'll stay in touch with Carrie.
Our goal is 7 to 10 days, so I don't, I think we'll get something.
Any assistance would be greatly appreciated.
That money is sitting on the account, right, and we're ready to spend it.
I don't know, it's been 2 or 3 years, I guess, 3 years ago or something. I threw this thing together and just said, hey, look, we got all this parking back here. Everybody's complaining about parking, but we gotta, get somebody to do some work to do it, but we have the area to do it.
If the stormwater issue wasn't there, we would start paving phases. We didn't want to start in the back without getting the stormwater and all the drainage, retainage done, because we didn't have to cut any of it up to change grades. So this was the jump off.
Yep. Very good. Excellent, guys. Thank you.
So plan.
And I know I asked you the other day, what was your schedule on you built 2 water towers, right? And then you're gonna be building a sewer plant.
2 water towers, the water side is 2 water towers, ground storage, and the 10-inch main through town. We're hoping to be able to put that out for letting before the end of this calendar. We're trying to gather a few easements, but we have to have those easements in place before rural development can approve our plan in the house to let. So we're hoping to have that let before the end of this calendar year. So construction will start next year. We were listed in the bulletin put out by IEMA, Illinois EPA. For their revolving loan. They put out a bulletin that has their 22 recipients, but they also put a list of 23 proposed recipients, and we were in it.
You're on that list.
So we're hoping to be funded in 23, and then we'll move forward with the sewer. And it's a big deal. Our plan on the sewer plan, if you guys aren't aware, we're trying to partner with Craneville, Cambria, and Culp to eliminate their lagoon systems. They build headworks and they pump to this new plant, and we process the wastewater from all those villages.
So all 3 of those towns are gonna need over $2 million, it sounds like, to get
their headworks up and
to get
working.
to get it to your sewer treatment.
Yeah, well, near 2 million, but if it had to be built today, it would probably be 2 for sure. But just because of parts.
But the thing is that's gonna be cheaper than them going in and doing what they are gonna have to do in the near future to their systems.
Yeah.
It's gonna be required.
Make the lagoons.
So it made it, yes.
The reason why they're coming on board is we actually had meetings in each one of those towns with EPA. Of course, EPA has not got anything mandated on them as of yet, but they'd indicated within the next 3, 4, 5 years, mandates were going to be coming down, which they probably were not going to be able to meet with a lagoon system. It's then going to require them to build a new mechanical plant, which for each one of them on an individual basis would run probably $8 to $9 million individually for each one of those towns. Whereas, granted, it increases the Carterville plant, but I'd rather spend $2 million than I'd rather $8, $9 million. And then what they'll do is just on a monthly basis, they'll pay the fee, and this is Carterville for operation and maintenance and treatment. And it's also highly recognized and requested through EPA that we do this. Kind of a form of regionalization.
I don't know if it was requested. We actually proposed it to them, and they were tickled at the thought of that.
That's right.
So now they have it in their head, they're gonna want you to do it.
Yeah.
Which it increases the probability of us being funded. I think it increased the potential for some forgiveness once the project is over. EPA has traditionally given some percentage of forgiveness. So we think it'll put us in a good spot on the forgiveness side once the plan's complete and reviewed. And the EPA is like other departments of the state where when they see efforts of consolidation, they like it and they're willing to invest in it. So it's not the same as government consolidation, but consolidating these efforts between Greenville, Cambria, Culp, and having it go to one large state-of-the-art treatment facility, they see a lot.
So that it might actually be help with those other towns.
I don't know if, well, yeah.
I mean, they're gonna have to go, in essence, through the same process as what Carterville has gone through. They're gonna have to apply, and, they haven't gotten to that point as of yet.
We're closest with Craneville right now with negotiating the terms and the language in the agreement. And we get along with all the communities, but we work most closely with Craneville. So we started there to hash out the language. When we have something that works, then we're going to show it as an example. We came to it to go. We kind of work out the
You know, I don't think that it's, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that their headworks don't have to be done when our plant's done. They can come on after the fact, as long as we're designing for them.
Once you have capacity design.
So they don't have to be on the same schedule capacity as like, because their systems now are, like you said, 3 to 5 years.
Rodney's designed our plant where it's compartmentalized, so if it's a few years before each one of them come on, we can shut down pieces, and then as more flow comes in, we activate more pieces. So it's, because if it was a one-shot process and there's not enough flow for the design, then it's not going to function correctly. So it's, Rodney's designed it where, what's that?
Home growing dog food.
Yeah, and Carbondale's had that problem, where they pallets of dog food in because flow's not there. West Point, but hopefully for them, it's not much of my problems, but hopefully for them, the Walker's Bluff thing and that wastewater going to that plant fixed it.
Any questions for us? Three Stooges? Brad, we're not gonna stand for you on the way out. We've only stood for about on the way in, so sorry.
I can live with it. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate your consideration.
Guys.
All right, good, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything other?
Okay, thank you. Have a good day, guys.
Thank you. See you guys. The next one is at 1 o'clock. So, I say we need a motion to,
Be back to report one. Be back to ours.
recess.
Be back at 1.
This should be a short afternoon, this shouldn't take long. I'll make a motion.
Second.
Jim Marlowe.
Yay.
Brett Mtg.
Yeah.
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 It'll be in here. Yep, just go ahead and have a seat in there. So we can just-
Years ago, he was in a regular poker game. Randy Lynn used to have a poker game at his house, and Jim was in on that, so I've known him since that time. Like they're still in imitation social distance. Yeah, these board meetings used to be on a Tuesday morning. That's what I had in my calendar. I still do. That's why I've never been to one, because I have a Tuesday obligation. In Atkins, I remember him, met him before. I met Grinch too. So I'm not sure if I know that. And Tim and Jim are all Republicans. I've met them at the Republican meetings. I think Brent's maybe a Democrat official. I don't recall for sure. Well, I know a couple of my members have signed up, but one of them, for the sponsor day, one of them said, well, I don't necessarily want to see you die eating that chip, but I did sign up for a day. That was Jane Herman.
Yeah, she did. Yes.
But, that was in the check. Rebecca and Matthew. It's last name. Maloney also signed. I'm feeding folks at church every Wednesday. Church dinner. See everybody, people come in and sit down. So I had some, actually it's asparagus from the House of Hope from a couple of years ago. I had the stems, and I had canned some of that, so I ran it through the blender and then through a colander to get all the fiber out. So I had cream asparagus soup.
Jonathan once in a while, he does, he brings canned asparagus.
So anyway, I'm gonna have that with some grilled cheese, because that's easy. I've got canned beef stew. I'm gonna add some bone broth for a little more flavor. I'm not doing anything fancy. I forget what else I put. Grilled cheese, beef stew. That's one more thing I'll have to remind myself, make sure. Oh, mashed potatoes. I don't do any easy stuff. Pouches, or another piece of bone. Well, I wouldn't mind doing that kitchen stuff, except that my master plan was to be a full-time student at John A. Be a machinist shop. I'm not sure that the hours at House of Hope would let me do that. I don't know if they have afternoon or weekend classes. I'll take a look and see. I'm doing the welding course just because I thought it would be interesting to know that. And I'm doing this online gunsmithing course, and I really like that. I mean, it's a lot more engineering in there. I never thought about how these things would be inside, how the pressure is redirected to make things actually function. It's kind of interesting. Before that, if I were going to do anything, I should know some of the machinist stuff, how to make parts that you can't replace. I actually recently bought a gun that was broken. Bought it on purpose, knowing it was a barrel, and the action on the description said that the bolt was jammed, it would not lift enough to open the bolt. If you're going to be a gunsmith, you should be able to figure that out. Okay, so I paid $400 for a broken gun. Not even a whole gun, just the part. It didn't have magazine or trigger guard or stock. Or, there are some other miscellaneous things that would make it work. And I worked on that, and it's just old enough. It's a German-made gun, very well made, but because it's a limited market in the US, could not find a die with a parts schematic to figure out what was broken. So I start looking for chat rooms and things online, and I finally see a guy whose email includes the name of his fireworks. So he's like a passionate collector of these things. And I emailed him, and he told me there are 3 things that might be open. And what you have to do is force it open and then repair the project. I can't break something on purpose, just couldn't sit on it. I made a comment on a YouTube video with a gunsmith, and he actually called me, which was a surprise. And basically told me the same thing. We gotta force it open and then break it. So I took his advice, I hit it a whole lot harder, rubber nails, the heavy ones like you used to use. Okay. That made me anxious. He said, you gotta remember, when it goes off, it's putting 60,000 PSI in that chamber. It can hold up to that. You can't hit it with a rubber nail hard enough to break it. Okay, well, logically that makes sense, but you know, the idea of banging on something just seems wrong. He advised me to put a steel rod down the barrel and bang on that. I said, but I'm going to break the fire. He said, I can make you a fire. Turn that on a lathe. But again, the recoil goes against the face of that board. So it's designed to hold 60,000 PSI. I can't handle that, but that's the direction the force goes. That might join loose. So I tried those things, and then I rigged it up in a vise so I could have it just flooded with penetrating, which I tried before it didn't work. But that next time, flooding it like that, let it sit overnight the next morning, I ended up doing it on it. And the part that the first guy predicted would break did break. I was able to find a replacement part, $35. I was able to put it together. When I'm trying to reassemble part of it, I bent it. I said, oh, space was here, so you can't bend it. Space is falling. So I'm making mistakes and breaking my own stuff as I go. Let's try to see that. And again, up till now, I was content to put around it. The trigger goes bang, there's a big problem. I never thought about how the things actually work. I didn't get to see some, the trigger sear and all that stuff. So it has been fun. But the gunsmith advised me to take machinist courses, lathes and vertical milling machines, so that later on you can make parts. And I didn't even know John has that thing to do. So I'm doing the welding. Those are often evening courses. It will be in this semester that starts up in August. Which is convenient. I don't have church stuff on Monday night, so I can take that instead. I'm doing the online. So that's every week our assignments are available first thing Monday morning and finish by Sunday night. So we've got a week to do a reading and 3 or 4 little projects. So that's how I planned to spend it next year. But tempt me, I might change my mind. It's the sort of thing I actually enjoy as far as I know. I get along with everyone. Oh yeah. Jerry Beth and others, I'm able to tease them and give a smile. If I was the boss, then I feel different.
Unfortunately, she doesn't know how to communicate. Really too easily.
Well, I don't get that from her. But then again, I have to remind myself, people might be treating me differently because they look at me differently since I'm
Yeah, that's what she's
to their peers. Restaurant setting, she might get away with that because there are people that want to job for them. We have to do it's right. It's like church stuff. We've got to inspire them, lead them. Appreciate this. It's like we have a highway that's so it's not here.
She doesn't get it. She has to speak. Compassion, speaking.
And then every once in a while, if I were doing it, it would be fun to cook something for that crew because I can't be at church for a calendar.
that's protocol for us. We don't pass through the separate team is there. You're not around for the next pass through, so that people ignore that pass through and turn to you. So for a year, I will be in that community. But I saw something today, I think would be fun. Next time we get pineapples, we know that pineapples and so it's like you're sliding. How is that the pineapple? Trims off most of the outside. You season and pack into it, and then you wrap it with a bacon weave and bake it. So you bacon pineapple, slices of pineapple. You know, for the kitchen things like that. Maybe put that on Friday.
I didn't realize I was emailing you.
I was wondering when I walked in, because
Yeah.
I've never met, I was like, oh, it's her.
Yeah, it's me.
Come
We've
to
been in a-
officially meet you.
Yeah, you too. We've been in a meeting all morning, so I just got back from lunch and I'm like, check my email. I'm like, I better respond, just in case.
Well, I haven't met you. I'm Michael Newbert. I'm pastor in the Presbyterian Church in Heron, but Amanda and Tim and Jim. I've worked with them.
Have you?
Yeah.
Yeah, my name's Stephanie. I'm the secretary, so I try to keep everything corralled.
I was telling John, Jim used to be in a card game with a mutual friend, and so
Yeah.
I knew him 10 years ago from that, and then lost track of him until recently. I remember when he ran for this, I knew them. So I haven't been involved. These used to be a Tuesday morning meeting.
Well, that's the regular board meeting, so we had that yesterday. But then they can plan special meetings anytime within the month. Yeah.
Every Tuesday.
Well, it's not labeled, so it used to be called a special meeting, but it's just another meeting, basically.
The next meeting.
The next one. Seems like we've had a lot here lately, so.
So how is this building working for you?
Good. Yeah. I never worked over in the actual courthouse. I've only been here about 6 years, but they say it was pretty rough over there with everybody.
Yeah, my wife had a job working for the judicial district. It was a state job, domestic violence coordinating council. She was the local for those programs. And she got along fine, but it was cramped.
Yeah. Yeah, it's close quarters over there I have to go over there and, take things and get things sometimes, but I spend most of my time over in this building, so.
Just really laid back.
I exceeded you.
Yeah.
So that job is on your feet for 6 hours a month. Actually, I would like it. It would be good.
Thank you. Sure, try to get through.
Is Jerry doesn't have eligible?
I told you this one, she doesn't, she doesn't, for sure.
She, plus I remember something about her income and she can't. So,
Well, they're all here now, just gotta corral.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sure. One thing I did appreciate about her was saying that she was gonna capture these things. So I'm looking at
Yeah, till then I'll reach out to you. I'll do that. Appreciate it. Okay, take care.
Hey, did you notice that refrigerator does look squeak?
Hey, Stephanie,
I fixed it.
put that down your gun, would you?
Out my car.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
perfect. Yeah, what'd you do?
Oh, gosh.
Chipped away some of that,
Oh.
So we got you here, huh?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Hard to get back from lunch. Sometimes it's like herding cats. Did you find out? Thank you.
How are you?
Wow. Thank you so much.
I asked Stephanie where to go to get Jim Marlowe fired, and she said this was the place.
Right here.
You have to get in line. Pick a number.
See ya.
Where are you, Jim, in your term? When does the term rotate for county commissioners? I don't even remember.
Every 2 years.
2 years, okay.
So I'm up in 24.
So everybody.
Brent is up right now. He'll be up in
Oh, okay.
26.
So there is a little bit of alteration year by year. Somebody's always up.
Right,
Every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
right. Every legislative election,
Okay.
somebody's up.
Okay, so your term is a 6-year term?
6-year term.
There you go. And a third of the board then is up.
Right.
It used to not be that. It used to be, I think up until the 90s, there would be 2 commissioners up at one time. And party chair would flip. It was like a 4-year
So I could
term.
better handle that.
They changed it.
I've not been that hard on you, Stephanie.
No, not you.
In our church, it works a similar way. We've got a 3-year term, but a third of the people are up every year. And so that way you have the continuous rotation. People can do a second term. So if you say yes, you're probably going to be around 6 years. We don't want to work hard on it.
That's how it is at our church. I was chairman of trustees on like 4 years running. And I had no fun that time. 3-year term.
Is that the Church of Scientology?
It was. You know, Scientology and hot dogs. Why not? Or something.
No children drink the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, we never got the Kool-Aid yet.
That's a different denomination. It didn't last long for some reason. I don't know.
Stephanie didn't go to church.
How do you know that?
Because I haven't seen it.
Maybe I went to a different one because I didn't want to go the same one as you.
I haven't seen her either.
She's not been to my church either, so.
That's 100%.
Okay.
No, no, no.
You guys are
Like you have an issue, Stephanie.
We just been to the pew somewhere Sundays, though.
I do TV on, or church on TV.
Ah, you're that other viewer that I didn't know.
That's me. If this has been paused for so long,
The next contestant, come on down.
Yeah. Guys, come on here. Yeah. This table here.
Price is right, come on down.
Just tell me you need it. Tell me you need it now.
Never mind, I do need some Untitled Chapter. I don't like chocolate.
Also, our meetings brought.
Yeah, your application, because I haven't seen it.
Recorded for the record.
The recorded and the broadcast.
Broadcast. So you can go back like meetings for a period.
It's on
You'll-
YouTube.
If you're really bored, you can go back and look at it.
Okay. Got the recorder on. We're reconvening this meeting. It's Wednesday, July 13th, and it's 1:06 PM. Roll call, please.
Jim Marlowe,
Present.
Brent Gentry,
Present.
Tim Atkinson.
Right.
Okay. Today we have the House of Hope application for ARPA. So I'm just going to turn it over to you. Just tell us what you're asking for and kind of the nutshell of how you want to plan on using it. Sure. And how many lives or whatever you expect to. Sure. Yeah.
Parent House of Hope has been in operation for nearly 10 years. During the pandemic that started in 2020, We normally average, prior to that, we normally average around 35,000 meals a year. When 2020 hit the pandemic, we literally served over 70,000 meals for that year. So we literally doubled. And within that first year, to go more in depth, we had went from 150 meals to 300 meals because we had doubled the meal per person. So we were literally given 2 meals per person. This is when the peak of COVID, everyone started to get laid off. A lot of people were getting laid off. So we doubled the meal for everyone to ensure people not only have food for lunch, but also for dinner as well. The need didn't stop there. Her and also hold rose to me to address the pandemic again, because not only we went from a double meal, but we extended for the first time in years. We went from a 5-day operation to a 6-day operation. And we literally opened up on Saturdays from 11 as well for 2 additional hours. So we went from, we were serving 600 meals a day. And then the following year in 21, again, we normally average around 35,000 meals. We literally served over 50,000 meals. To the point where we're almost at 400,000 meals now. We're on track by the end of September of this year.
2022?
Correct.
400,000?
Correct.
So you went from 50,000 to 400?
That's
So
for the
35,000.
three-year term. That's not for this year.
No, correct. For the, so,
For the 3 years of COVID.
right.
3 years, 400,000.
Man, let me ask you, but I don't have your, you don't have a application.
I'm sorry. I was,
Okay, so what,
You got it there?
Yeah, yes, sir.
All right. Chef, you want to make a copy of that? Or
I guess in a roundabout way,
get the cover letter and all?
Yeah, give us everything you got here.
Yeah, everything. Okay.
Okay. All right.
I'm very familiar with the organization. Thing we've got to watch out for to make sure that the people, the applicants, stay within the guidelines of the federal government, make sure they qualify for ARPA, or the county has to pay it back. So I guess my question is, under what basis are you turning this in for, and how much are you asking?
Okay, so it'll be strictly just food and supplies, no equipment, nothing to upgrade infrastructure or anything like that.
Supplies, I mean, you were very successful during COVID, because they're gonna ask us, is this related to COVID? Is this related to COVID? Well, you had a big increase, so it's not COVID, so what's it?
It will be for the food and supplies moving forward. We were hit by, we barely survived the pandemic. And it was only the generosity of the community that we were able to survive with the private donations from our community members. With the media assistance, with Channel 3 News, Channel 12 News coming out, yeah. And because of that media coverage, saying, hey, we're seeking, but at the same time, we're gonna address the need for hunger relief as much as we can, be here for our community, for our region, for them, making sure that no one goes out without a meal. And because of that, people help us survive the pandemic.
So, where does your funding normally come from?
Literally from our community, and the backbone of that is the minister lines, the churches, the collaboration of the minister lines of the churches. That's where my goal will come in.
It started as churches, mission funds got together to actually fund the purchase of building, establish a fund to make the down payment. Volunteers are still from churches, but what we found is in operation, people come in, they discover if they like it, and they volunteer to respond. So I would say it may be now that grants and community support, not directly from churches, might be the majority of volunteer base now. So it's really grown into a community.
Okay, I understand. So would you say that during COVID, that did you have more difficulty raising funds? Was back in raising funds?
Yeah, we unfortunately we're not able to have our annual fundraiser. Besides the collaboration of the churches with their money contribute their support, we have our annual fundraiser, which is called Family Fun Day. And that could bring in anywhere from 30,000 to maybe 70,000 in that one event. Well, those 2 years, we didn't get to have that in person at all.
Now you're talking.
Now,
Yeah.
okay,
Now
so-
you're talking our language, because before you weren't going, I was trying to lead you into.
So I'm asking I'm
Yeah.
trying to get you to give
Yeah.
what we need you.
So you lost funding
We
during
lost-
the pandemic.
Correct. And that
Go on
funding,
here.
thank you. All right. So,
How was that, Brandon?
Yeah, the blame runs in the water. So,
Okay.
So we lost anywhere from $30,000 to $70,000 just in 1 year. So that
compound that times two.
Right, so they're down anywhere from $60,000 to $150,000 in raising funds.
2 years of not. That's.
Yeah, there was no fundraising.
Supplies wasn't quite getting it, so that's why I wanted. Okay.
I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
Funds requested are 75,000. Total project cost is 74,833 dollars. Why is the difference?
I don't know what happened there. It meant to be the same.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then I can.
So what's magic about 75,000? Why is that?
How did you get that number? I guess what he's asking.
75, I wasn't sure to just round it up, just to get a safe side and just round it up or just make it a total.
No.
Is that like?
Oh, so you're rounding up to 74?
Correct, that's all.
Okay, but tell me what Tim's asking you is, where did you come up with 75,000? How did you get to that number for
Right,
number
so
one?
what does 75,000 represent?
So those were the receipts for the 2 years of the pandemic.
Okay.
For 2020 and 2021. So we save all the receipts that any money that was spent, no matter what year, we have the receipts to show for. But it's the total calculation of the 2 years of the pandemic. So that is that's 2 years of how much we spent on food and supplies.
Okay.
That's your effort.
Correct.
That was their outlay.
That's a ding ding, okay.
That's what I thought the 75,000 was. It's not your operating budget though, is it? Your operating budget's higher.
No,
than
No, yeah, correct, it's higher.
And then that also knocked you out of 2 full years of fundraising. But it would be anywhere from 35 to 70,000.
What is your operating budget?
Our operational budget for the food and supplies will be, it's around 55,000 per year.
You definitely would have been over during the pandemic, so you were sitting on a lot more.
Correct.
400.
So you're at 55 times 2, it was 110,000 total.
Now we're talking, okay.
Yeah. And I'm only requesting this is 75,000.
Yeah.
The reason why they're asking these questions like this is because we have certain parameters and limitations set by the Department of Treasury. You don't set these. If they don't meet what we don't want is that now you got to give that money back. Because this is going to require a grant between you and the county for these funds. And within that grant, we'll give you time comes to get to that point. Grant to look at, so you'll totally understand, but they'll spell out, these are the parameters. At any time, if something's not met, that grant is called back. You don't want that to happen.
And when I saw you on the list, I got excited. Then I got thinking, where are they gonna go with this? Because I didn't know where you were gonna go with it. So
We'll give you the thing in time to, further down, round two, and your turn.
All right, so there will be a grant participation agreement.
Yeah.
So we will give you that, and you'll sign, we'll spell out your obligations as pertaining to the grant. And like Jim says, if we have to have a clean paper trail, we have to know where the money's going, how it's going to be spent. And Jim gives a speech every time. Jim, I guess it's time for you to.
go ahead. This is, hey, he liked it. This is.
I don't think this would apply to
This is his day in the sun, but.
I don't think it does either.
But we want to hear it anyway. It had nothing to do with you, but.
John, do you guys
We want to hear it anyway.
You get any more grants, any government grants?
Yeah, government, yes, we have the Summerview Program where it's operated by USDA. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's more of a reimbursement during the summer while.
That's not really it.
Right, exactly. But that's it.
How much is that?
We normally feed around 3,000 kids while kids are out of school. So we average about maybe 12,000.
That's what,
They have a flat rate per meal. Really.
Right.
that's what they're paying right there?
Yeah, and it's around $40.
About $4 a minute. Okay. Go ahead, Jim. I don't think it pertains.
It might, you never know, but basically anything over $750,000 for most governmental entities would trigger a single life. If by some chance, and I don't know if it would or not, that the ARPA money cannot be used to pay for the cost of the single life. So you have the ability, if it triggers something like that, pay for a single
Our annual budget for the whole organization is roughly around 200.
one of the problems. Okay.
Well, we have to tell people that.
Yeah, I told you that. Yeah.
And that's all in the grant agreement and everything too, so, but, okay. Well, I've got everything I need.
Any other questions?
I mean, you're gonna buy food and.
Correct. Everything's an application. We'll purchase food. I'll make sure that money goes right back into the community. So, Sam's Club, keeping the money locally, Kroger. I'll do my best to make the funds stretching further with savings food bank. 9 or 10 I can buy items for Paul at a lower cost rate with savings food bank. Even farmer markets in the community where we buy fresh foods as well. Funds will be in a separate account with its own bank account as well.
Yeah, that was,
yeah.
we need to be able to count every dollar.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the way it's gonna be set up is we keep the funds here. We
Okay.
open up an account, the treasurer will open up an account, so when you get a bill, you submit the bill to the treasurer's office, they'll cut you a check. Pay for it.
We'll cut a check directly to you.
So it's like a construction percent.
Okay.
So you don't use it all, you don't use it all, we've got this left.
All right, so whenever you're gonna buy something.
Yeah.
You get your quote for your food or whatever. And then he can run the check directly to your pocket.
Okay.
That will keep all the money.
So direct to the vendor, not our treasurer pays and is reimbursed, it's actually direct.
Actually, I think I would ask Ashley that question.
Yeah, but I believe that.
We need that for the question.
We'll know that when we get to round 2, and we'll have all that. ironed
He's the
out.
keeper of all the rules for
Right,
this.
and either way is fine, but again, you have to know
And
the
again-
rules so you don't break.
So,
Right, yeah.
Mike, this is a little bit different what we have been doing. Most of what we've been doing so far has been construction type projects. And so they'll perform the work or the service, and then they'll have a pay request. They'll bring us the pay request, and then we send out the money off that pay request, which is basically what you're gonna have, is an invoice or something.
We've got the money, we don't have to wait on the money, the money's in our account right now, so, get everything going. If everything's approved by the board and everything,
I did 28 years in the Navy, I know you've got to follow the regulations.
Yeah.
So, but again, you have to know what they are. so
Yeah.
that you
Yeah,
can make a
exactly.
mistake.
and then.
It would be an honest one, but it would still be a mistake.
Yeah.
No mistakes.
I brought Michael here. Michael is the president. So
We will hold that issue.
thank you.
He got stuck with me, he didn't get a vote.
No, really.
Not that guy he's stuck with.
So I mean, there will be follow through monthly reporting. All in here. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
I listened to you, Parent Fest, what you had, breakfast, and, nice.
It was a humble experience. I was out of 10 years. Being down in Southern Illinois.
Okay, that's all we've
That's
got,
all I've
unless you
got.
got any other questions?
I pulled in the last and gave you some hands left, and I'm.
Oh, did you?
Because I couldn't beat on the door, I came to the door and finally came to the door.
Okay,
You already closed, but you were there.
that was there.
Okay, guys.
It's a good thing for him to hear.
Yeah. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys, for coming, appreciate it.
Would you guys like the original
I got
copy?
We got it all right here.
All right. Gentlemen, you have a good afternoon.
You too.
Okay, take care.
It was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you.
How you doing, guys?
Good, how y'all doing?
Doing good. We're going up to the hot seats.
Oh.
Got real.
Well, boys, it's us and you. You're bigger than we are, so we're gonna listen to you. All right?
My name is Dylan McAfee. I'm one of the owners out there at Celebrations Event Center. It's John, part owner, our wives, you know, they're not here with us. but-
We get who the bosses are.
Yes, yeah,
We move chairs, they do everything else, yeah.
we're the labor, they're the business management side of it.
So we'll start off with number one, I guess, how much you're requesting, and then explain to us how you plan on using.
Well, we're requesting for $75,000 to be used as essentially to help start up the market, be a job incubator, and be able to help us be able to start providing food to needy people in the area. So our business will have kind of two fronts. One will be a profit side and a not-for-profit side. So like we'll be able to help veterans get jobs, single moms, or people be able to start their own businesses, to be artisan shop. And then the long-term goal is to actually have the shipping containers that can grow the veggies inside to equal about 5 acres of vegetables grown in one shipping container each. So with hydroponics, we'll be able to grow them year-round, and what we'll do is we'll get like 50-50. So 50% will be sold to the farmer's market, 50% will then go to a program that we have with Love Goes in Caro through Southern Illinois Worship Center, with some food banks, and then also Home Place over in Heron, House of Hope, different food banks. We met with the Salvation Army here in Marion, so they do their food bank during the week. So we want to be able to provide fresh vegetables and stuff like that to be able to supplement along with the box. So it's not just, hey, here's a box of food. Here's some fresh lettuce, some fresh tomatoes, fresh cucumbers. Here's maybe some recipes that can go along with it to be able to help out, teach people how to cook a little bit better, so we can try to be a little bit nutritious for our children in the future. What the funds will do is it'll help us fix up the building a little bit. We do have some other grants we're working on too to help do the funding of the shipping containers. But it would, paint the building, we'd like to put a handicap accessible bathroom in there. So we do want to do classes for all ages, but we do want to have like school kids be able to come in there where they could show up and say, hey, this is how you grow a plant in your backyard. We can do it. And then they'd be able to plant their own stuff, take them home with them, be able to start their own garden in their backyard. But we want to make it handicap accessible. So if there is children or handicap or any adults that show up, we'd like to have handicap accessible path. You don't be able to use facilities without having to go all the way up, 200 yards to the main building.
So you'll be building the building over there?
The building's already built. What we want to do is actually just retrofit. We already have a bathroom out there. So what I need to do is just do a little bit of framing, move some stuff around, and just.
Now, is this in your main building?
This is we have a 3,000 PowerPoint presentation I have. We have a 3,000 square foot outbuilding that's separate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's the end of the parking lot.
Yeah, the end of the parking lot.
Yeah.
So that will look better once you come in too. We're gonna paint that fence, make it look nice, do some community, kind of like around here, we'll get some murals put up there for people to take pictures. But the goal is to make that its own separate entity. But it's more for that mission purpose of helping people, helping others.
Sure. From like, with it, it used to be the old golf course, it's where they kept all the golf
Golf
carts.
carts, yeah.
It's already fenced in.
Yeah.
It's got big open rooms, big open amenities.
Here's the kicker. 3 of us are kind of like on American Idol, okay, with the judges, right? But our say really doesn't matter compared to what the federal government says. And they have strict guidelines. And if we don't hit those guidelines, the money has to be given back and pay it back. The way I read it, and I'm not a lawyer, and I don't play on TV, the way I read it is it has to be related to infrastructure, that's related to essential employees, it must be related to loss of revenue due to COVID. And those 3 guidelines, where does this fall in?
With the gardens, and we're gonna be able to teach classes out of those to help with jobs, to replace jobs that were lost during COVID, food sanitation, food health, safety classes out of those. And then to be able to replace some of the food that was lost during farms and shutdowns and everything during COVID, we'll be able to replace some of the market share of produce.
Quite honestly, we were all excited when we saw it on there, but then we were thinking, I was thinking to myself, how's it gonna fall into these guidelines, so they're tough guidelines, okay? Our treasurer actually is the guy that probably send this stuff to let us know if it falls in guidelines. I can't speak for the other guy, say what you want here, but this might be one that might be questionable. Because I'm not seeing where, unless they can think of something, I'm a question to ask you to guide you in the right direction.
Well, I think what Brent's trying to say is we will look at this and we'll take all this information. The guidelines have been set for us. We didn't establish the guidelines. And if it's something that falls within the guidelines, then it applies. If it's something that doesn't, falls outside the guidelines, then there's nothing we can do. So I'm just saying, I think what he was saying is basically, we will have, and not just yours, we run all the applications.
We
across the same
we
guidelines,
get as many
because-
eyes on these applications.
Because what
as
happens
possible.
if it doesn't, we report this, and if for some reason it doesn't, you have to get that money back.
If you don't have it, they wouldn't kind of, you gotta cough it up.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
You know, and
it'd be a grant application process. Going round two, we'll have a grant application that you would have to fill out, be a grant in the county, and so it'll spell everything out. To give it to you ahead of time, let your attorneys look at it. But that's what it spells out, that if there, for some reason, whatever the reason, something wasn't kosher and it didn't meet, then we would have to ask for it back. Once you sign the grant, we agree to pay it back. But that's all he was saying, basically. I think it just, we just want to run past the smell test and everything, and as we do all applications, same thing.
So let's assume that you're gonna get 75,000. I don't know, we haven't made a decision. And if we do, what's the end product? Will you be able to finish this project with 75,000, or are you be using money from someplace else? Are you planning on getting money in addition to this?
The $75,000, if we got that, say we got that today, I could have everything up and running almost instantly. We just have to retrofit, do some stuff, do some updating, and then I'm looking on additional grants for the shipping containers because they do cost more. Without that additional grants, with the $75,000, we'll be putting up raised beds and other things, and then networking, utilizing our local farmers and say, hey, this is our program. You know, it's kind of like go back to the biblical sense of tithe. You know, hey, you're gonna have so many veggies come in. These are the good ones that go to the store. Give me your not so pretty looking green peppers that we know a lot of them get thrown away. There's a ton of food waste in America. Well, we can show people how this is just as good, but we can then give it away for free. Yeah. And then be able to help them out with the nonprofit side. So the $75,000 would help out. I was working on there today. We'll get this up and going even if we don't have the $75,000. It's just,
well,
it's
you
just take a little
know,
bit
I'm
longer.
there thinking, not to think myself, but we also have small business loans. We do through the county. We have money sitting there now. I don't, you know, interest rate.
No, they don't have it anymore.
I think it's going
They
to.
took it somewhere.
We used that.
We had it, but they gave it to somebody else, but they still got money in there.
They still got money in there, but
Who
we
took
don't
it?
give it out as a loan anymore.
Who took it?
No, we still have it. We still have the money. I think it was like about, I don't say it was like 200,000 or something like that. But the program of the revolving loan.
Revolving loan?
Yeah, that went by the
That's
wayside.
gone.
Yeah.
But we passed that money on to somebody else.
No.
Well, no, we
still have it.
did send 500,000. Was that not out of that same money
I
to
think you still
Johnson
have it.
City?
I think we still have it.
Didn't we send them?
I'm trying to think of ways.
I can't guarantee it.
This kind of type deal, that
But
they
anyway.
encourage jobs and building and stuff like that.
We used to have it.
So there was another aspect to this too. Where does the veteran aspect come into this?
We have a partnership with the Rise Veteran Foundation. It's a nonprofit I actually started about 7 or 8 years ago that I now stepped away because I work with VA, so there's kind of conflict of interest. But what they do is they train veterans about getting jobs. They're actually getting a whole convenience store donated to them that they're going to start in another city and build. If the veteran can run it for 5 years, they'll get to keep everything, building and everything in the house, 100% on their own. So we work with Pawnee Nation, actually like 50-something Native American tribes because there's a big population of veterans that work with them. So we'll be partnering with them, with Southern Illinois University, with St. Louis University, and then also St. Louis, the St. Louis Zoo with their beekeeping program. So we have a lot of educational people. I could probably 15 different doctors that are working with us that are working with training, education, promotion to be able to help stuff. So my big passion is world poverty. So it's how can we get more jobs? So what we'll do is we're gonna actually have classes at our place, be able to incubate jobs in St. Louis. I used to help. I started 5 or 6 different nonprofits in St. Louis, Shower the People, Rise, Urban Mission, different things to help people that are in poverty, mostly homeless and veterans, to get out of poverty and get jobs. So what we want to do is we want to create a jobs program as part of this. So, and it really depends. If a guy comes up to us and says, hey, I have a lawn care business, so, well, what can we do to help facilitate that as part of our program? So it's very flexible. You know, I work closely with Russell at Ethos Building, you know, the job incubator, the job doing stuff. So I have a lot of good connections. So what we want to do is we want to help people that want to start their own thing. It's a lot of veterans have a hard time.
Well, you mentioned veterans, my ears perked up naturally, everybody does, and that's why I think that.
We're both Marine Corps veterans, that's kind of how our relationship started. You know. But through Rise, they run a lot of programs for vets when they first get out to help them find their footing, get started. So we'll be able to have a place for them to run the classes, teach them, you know, gardening, food safety, handling courses and stuff with the produce side of stuff.
Of all the presentations we've heard, I will honestly say, in my opinion, this is probably the most interesting one I've heard. It's just the question is, will it pass the test? That's gonna be the question.
Fit the right boxes.
And there's
Federal government, what do you know? What do you do?
Yeah, I work for the federal government.
We encourage everybody.
Yeah.
We encourage everybody.
And there's been multiple iterations of these rules. They have sent out the final rule, but I think they may be considered yet another one.
They move the goalposts all the time. Go figure.
Yeah.
And that's fine. And
Every
I've
couple
always.
months, you get a new set of rules and regulations and changes.
I made a mobile shower unit for the homeless in St. Louis when they said they would never allow us to do it. I've been arrested for being homeless in St. Louis. So it went from being arrested to actually I work in the city to actually build showers. So it's just a ridiculous notion that everything changes. We have no issue with getting stuff done.
So this money, if you were awarded this money, would this money be used for local, say local?
It would be local. In the packet, probably 90% of the people that will be helped from it are going to be Livingston County residents. The other 10% is maybe like Franklin County. We do have like Night Shield, those kids up there, KRO. We're looking at Rise is actually going to purchase 150 acre facility called Conda.
Now, you know, some of these other counties, they're awarded.
So, but this is we have partnerships. We just haven't jumped over there yet. We're limited to like, what we have for time. So that's why I said it. But 90% of it will be.
And they're all set up differently. I mean, we're handling it like a grant, and I don't know how they're
They'll all be primarily for people here. Also help out the food bank. That we have the behavioral health at the Marion VA because they have a lot of food products. No fresh veg.
Because we kind of stressed to some of the people with the water districts that go multi-county, that you would help them. If we help them, it would only be with Williamson County, because this is Williamson County's portion, or to be helped use Williamson County. That's why I asked. Yeah. So that's one thing.
Speaking of the people, yeah, there's some projected people.
Projected, I think I put in there at least 120 families at a minimum. We're looking, working on the other grants. Our goal is to have 200 veterans trained, veterans, family, or their children to come through the next year. So once we get started within one full year, we'll have at least 200 people that have gone through some sort of training there, have learned how to do their own backyard gardening, have gone through beekeeping, different kind of things like that. So we'd like to create obviously a larger bee population in Southern Illinois because of the numbers of bees that have dropped. So we want to try to help create a better environment for bees, beekeeping. So that
absolutely, it's very important.
We have the acreage to look for it there.
So did you get the woods back there?
We have the woods in front. I have not given the gentleman you gave me a number, got the number for that owns back. I have not even got to that yet. We've been going balls to the wall with. Yeah.
We have all this stuff. So as you're driving down the road, all those woods down the side.
Eventually,
it's a neat deal. There you go.
I'd like to get back there because obviously going farther back, that's where it'd be a great place for the beekeeping. And so it'd be something good
to build anything back there.
Cameron's out there right now just clearing a road so they can get back there if something breaks down. We don't need it for fence space, but it's great for, things we can do to help out with
different populations.
The nice thing about our grant though is I can tell you that this publicity wise, this is a nice one because it's something you can show, hey, this is something we're doing, it's in the community. I'm gonna bring in a lot of people that can get marketing and stuff like that are gonna show. Rise has got a $698,000 grant for education on negation, so it's not like we can't get funding, keep working on it. But I'd like to have the county say, hey, we're not just doing broadband, this is a small portion of, the big fund, but it's something that can be very impactful, especially for our generations. That's kind of what I'm hoping to do, is say, hey, it's cool you dug some pipes, but the water department, they're still billing out money every week and, every month, people, same thing at Futiva and all these other places. But at least this is gonna be good.
Let me throw one more question at you from me. On the record, so that hopefully we can answer, did you lose any revenue during the 2 years of the pandemic?
We did not own the venue during the pandemic. We actually bought it from Chico Castellano. But if anything, our first year of business as new business owners, we have made a profit. We've stayed successful. We've actually taken pay since we've started. We have bookings out for the next year. We actually have bookings all over the.
I heard you worked out on time.
Yeah, so
Nice facility.
Yeah, we have a great facility.
It's come a long way.
Yeah.
Oh,
So so for anyone who starts a business and then within their first year, we're actually just coming around our first year now. We're still doing well. Yeah. So.
We have seen some effects, COVID, from, bookings canceling, stuff falling through, people not showing up, families getting sick. I mean,
Sure.
you can't have 200 people in the same room with certain people knowing stuff's happening. So there has been some problems, recourse from the pandemic.
So
We didn't own it when it started. We're just catching the back.
But this grant really is business related.
No, it's not, it's gonna be separate, so I've always had multiple passions, when I was 15, I was.
It sounds like it.
Yeah, I've been.
You're all aboard, man, you got it all going on.
We actually met feeding the homeless over at the Carbondale Warming Center. We volunteered with the church, we were feeding homeless, and we became friends, hey, you're a vet, I'm a vet, it's fun. So we became friends, and then that's how we got into business together. But this is a standalone, separate thing, so the business can continue to cover all the properties and bills and everything, the business. So when we start the non-for-profit or the together rooted garden part, we don't have that overhead we won't have electrical bill, we don't have a water bill, we don't have a property. It's just, we have a building that's sitting empty right now that we're working on. So I'm gonna go in there and fix it up and get this to be what I want it to be anyways, and it doesn't matter because I have a business that pays for it. So the grant, what it does, it just helps speed it up. So instead of me having to take till this time next July to be able to provide food and stuff like that for people in the community, I could possibly do that by December, when we had the shipping containers and other thing, or places for people to put their business in and start. Because like you said, for them to rent a place, it's gonna cost them X amount of dollars, if they go rent a storefront. Well, they can come here and, do a little bit of profit sharing, and they can be able to start selling their wares and then get some job mentorship training with other people that have, purchased large purchases, got loans and how to start businesses. They need some education and help launch their business from there until they go somewhere else. I'd love to see tons of businesses come in my place, be there for a year, and then go start their own.
Well, I mean, both are veterans, both kind of got the same hairstyle, but why is your beard longer?
Why? Because I've been growing mine for his wife likes him to trim hers. My wife tells me I'm a little bit older, so my wife's a little older, so she does.
He started
more knowledge.
Yeah, more knowledge.
He started growing his a few years before me.
But no, it's really my big focus is how can we help people in our community? I've always done.
You're right.
I've worked on. This is a cool opportunity I've always seen and I've always loved meeting people. I've fed homeless people in Mexico to America and all over, built orphanages and everything. So how can I help you? It's my passion. I was in Fallujah in 05, 06, so after they took the city and all stuff like that. So I've seen war and I've seen what the opposite of what I want to see in America. The opposite is I want to see people doing well, I want to see people get jobs, have families, raise their kids, But that's what I want to see is I want to see good things. I think this is a good opportunity for us to be able to we've got a good friendship and we're buds and we do a lot of the work ourselves. There's a lot of shoestring stuff, but we got good people that are behind us.
Guys, got any?
I don't have anything else.
Thank you, gentlemen.
If there's any other things you need answered or a question, I know it's kind of hard, we just do back and forth, but I know we do come up with some of the the barriers with, hey, this may be right in, well, if you need some better explanation, hey, this is exactly how you're going to train veterans, how many people you need hired. You know, I know my goal is to have a handful of people, part-time and full-time trainers and stuff like that, that we do it, but we'll have.
Our main goal is two things. First off, to avoid qualified project. Number two is make sure that we can take it back. So rather we want everyone to be successful. So and everybody understand we have guidelines.
We hope, all three of us hope it falls in place.
Right.
But I don't know exactly, right, but when did you get the last update one? Last month with the final?
Yeah.
Final version? You could have changed the time for it last? Don't know.
It's like, we can run storm sewer lines, but we can't put pavement for the road. Do everything around the road, we just can't put road.
Money can't be used to pay off other grants.
Can be used as matching funds with federal allocations. So there's just a lot of stuff.
Yeah. We gotta run things by.
And something like what you're doing, and quite honestly, something like what you guys are using, we really gotta check to make sure it's gonna fall in.
We don't wanna set you up for that.
Right.
I appreciate it. And if anything does come up, like we said, we're gonna do this no matter what.
Yeah.
So if anything does come to your mind.
Jim said it all, we want everybody to apply for it.
Right.
To see if it falls into the guidelines. What's it hurt?
Right.
Appreciate it, guys.
Appreciate your time, guys. Thanks for coming in.
Good seeing you.
Good seeing you, man. Take care, buddy.
Try to stay cool. It's kind of nice to toasty out there.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, sir.
You too, buddy. Take care.
Okay, well, that's. Take care, you guys. We're ready to get back. We'll need a motion to adjourn this meeting so that we go to our next.
All right.
All right, we just need a motion to adjourn this meeting unless you guys want to discuss anything.
We got to check on the last one.
Oh, and we said that the other day, too.
Yeah.
We just got.
I mean, it's bad, but they're doing a lot of good things. They're gonna go forward regardless they get this or don't.
Yeah.
They are.
I kept trying to get the right answer, I could not get it.
Well, and we had to clarify that this isn't part of the business.
I heard that.
So even if they have losses in the business, that will be part of this.
Versus the other one, who had losses during COVID.
Right, you're talking about how House of Hope.
House of Hope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He finally came around a little bit there for him. He said supplies, I think, oh my
I had to get him there.
I make most of it.
But before we adjourn,
We have to.
figure out when the next time we're gonna meet again to discuss
So
this.
we're coming back on a different agenda, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Next Wednesday, or, we got a couple things,
Yeah.
the deal with Brandon, on the appointment of whoever they select and for his replacement. And
He in Mexico.
to Mexico.
Move back to 18.
Who?
What'd you say?
Is he really?
Brandon?
Brandon?
He
Is that what
didn't
you said?
figure. No. He-
I thought you said Brandon.
No, yeah, I'm just saying, we just need next Wednesday would be a good time to do it because his last day is the 22nd. Next Wednesday would be what, the 18th? Or Thursday, I don't care, whatever. It's everybody's schedule.
I would say that he will probably want to do something in the rest of the year. Some point, so it better to talk to him.
It's been in the meeting.
I think,
Well-
he may want to. I don't think that. Okay, so just, it's on every Wednesday anyway, right?
Let's just do it on Wednesday.
Let's just do Wednesday and then we'll see how that shakes out.
Let's set it up for Wednesday, and if we're not ready on Wednesday.
Yeah.
We could always do Thursday.
Right.
Now,
How's that work?
I'll make that motion to.
But I guess before.
Are you going to let me make it or not?
No. One last thing.
Jeez.
Ed sent us, I want to bring this up to discuss those documents for the ordinance changes. And I told Ted, I mean, they all look good. I told Ted, pick one. pick one. I think it was a noise ordinance from Urbana, one from Champaign, and one from, I forgot what the other one was. I said, they all look good. Pick one. Let's go through it real quick. I would like to get that in place as soon as possible. Benny has been asking, what do we do? Because we don't have a noise ordinance per se in place. Now, the idea is, I told Benny and I told Deb, we pick one, we can then have it in place. We can modify it later if we need to, or we want to, or whatever.
Well, I'm gonna give my 2 cents on this and for what it's worth. We have no zoning in Williamson County. We have always used all of our ordinances to Divide County Health. We've never had our quote ordinance on our own. If you do an ordinance on your own, it's going to look like you're targeting a business. Tony has told me time and time again in our meetings at Divide County Health that we need to revamp our ordinances. He's got some things he wants to add in. I would recommend that you do them all at the same time with Tony, where it doesn't look like you're singling out somebody, because we never had before, and I think it'd be a lot of fun.
That's what I was concerned about, looking like a target. And then again, if regardless of whether it looks that way or not, if we have an ordinance that needs to be done.
He's got more things he's got to add to it.
And I'm all for that. We need to clean up all those ordinances up and we need to get it cleaned up. We have people
Need
coming
more
all the
people on
time.
dilapidated homes.
We have people coming here all the time complaining about dilapidated
High
homes.
weeds.
We have them complaining about animals running loose. We have all these different things that need to be
And
taken.
Tony said there's some things that he got to add in now.
And you know, this isn't the only place that's loud music.
No,
Okay?
I've got,
This isn't the only one.
I'm getting calls from other places.
And down by the lake.
Down by the lake, yeah. So,
Down by the lake, is notorious.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to protect this football
Right.
appearance. Okay.
If it were me, 100% legal advice, what they say we need to do. If we need to.
But I don't think he's
But we
been around
need-
the block to know.
But we need to consider, right, the other ordinances that I can.
We don't do
I'm
our ordinances.
kinda
That's why, that's why we don't have zoning.
That's why we don't have zoning.
all right then. So,
So
I think.
I don't have a problem with that.
He doesn't have a
All I
clue
know
about that,
is
but that's what I would say.
we just need to get together on this and
Yeah, yeah.
I'll talk to
That's
Ted
fine.
and tell
Set
him
it up.
what we said.
And
here.
Tony.
And
Let's
Tony,
get them in, let's get them in a meeting.
let's
Tony's
get
got
it
some
going.
great ideas need to be done.
Let's ask for questions, let's come up with a unified
Because-
support. I'd like to see all three of us on the same page.
And we added this in.
Because the sheriff's department can't operate unless he's got the direction to operate.
But,
That's what it's.
but the problem is there's been, they have written these citations, okay? They're not thinking.
But none
Well,
of them
there-
did
to,
wrong.
to that defense, there's some things that they can't do.
Some things they can't.
So, anyway, regardless, I'm just bringing it to the board. So,
And I'd really like all three of us to be on the same page on these.
Well, this is
okay, so I'll see if maybe Ted can get something lined up and Tony and we all get together and.
Randy, you agree with that?
Yeah, I think he's always gonna agree with what Tony's got to say, for sure.
Yeah.
So.
All the headaches with the left stuff,
So-
he's gonna help a lot.
So if we're using Wednesdays, if we could get together maybe Wednesday morning to discuss this.
Perfect, and then we don't even have to go with the other, we don't have to.
Yeah, somebody be able to do it all at one time on Wednesday morning, that's fine.
Look it down, book it,
All right,
wear your glasses.
now you can make your motion.
Yeah, it's like dangling a candy up from a kid. You told me 3 times to adjourn.
Okay,
And then
make
you
your
stop.
motion, make your motion.
I
Hold on, one last thing.
want to adjourn. So we'll be back in 10 minutes.
A second.
Yeah.
Jim Marlowe.
Yeah.
Brandon Drake.
Yeah.
And Max.
Okay.
Wear those glasses, smart girl.
I'll get you a pair of glasses. Not that they'd help.
Yeah. Douglas, how are you?
Hot and muggy.
You got some new tinny rompers on?
You bet. Got to. Hey, do I get to keep my sign?
You look all white. Yeah.
Saved for this fall?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd want a bigger one there, but.
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, you're white. You're staying cool, aren't you?
Yeah. All the air conditioners working.
Yeah. How's your health wise, you okay?
I got it. Always got to swallow a camera the other day.
They go down in?
Yeah. And
All good?
I don't know yet.
Still need a couple
Takes
more
2 weeks
applications.
to look at all the pictures.
They send it out to California or?
No, they do it right there in Carbondale. But then,
I
I
don't know
go
if
to
you got
St. Louis
these,
to have another one
those, some of
cut
those
out.
may be originals.
Oh, I know, it's like whack-a-mole. So, they don't have a problem in the world.
You're amazing, you're that big.
Just take more pills, just take more pills, that's why they give you those pills. Keep you healthy.
Yeah. I'm thinking Tuesdays, I didn't know what you
Now,
were.
I figured after the big election, it was cool,
Yeah. How's your wife doing?
busy, ornery, keeps you working. I'd like to retire, but she won't let me.
Yeah.
This would be a good day to go fishing.
How do we get a Sonic in Carterville? We've got the property.
Yeah, don't have John Deere place.
Have that one. Supposedly on the 20th, we signed that. I don't
Really?
know. That was the other day, I think it's gonna be morning of the 20th.
Did he hear back from the Sonic people? There was people that Linda was talking to that they never return her calls.
I heard back from one of them, the guy in Hannah, and he gave me another number, and I guess I'm some dance with that. Then I told Dad, I'm tired of going with it, so he spun it to Linda.
Yes. Yeah.
And then Linda can run with it and see, she got my more connections than we did. So. Speaking of her.
No. Hey there. How we doing, buddy? Uh-huh. That's it, Dad. I was gonna say, I'll bet you did. I'll bet you do. Yes. Okay. Okay. Cool beans. That's great. That's exciting. That's what I thought. So we're good to go. I don't have to worry about it. Cool beans. Well, that's great. Well, I appreciate you getting back. So anyway, hey, I hate to cut you off, Rob, but the boss is calling. You bet. Thanks, man. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello. Yeah. Sure I would. Uh-huh. Put a lockbox on. Put a lockbox on. Oh. Sure. Sure. Yeah. 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 Well, I just call her back and tell her, or I'll call her back and tell her, hey, we have made different plans because as for your tax, you quit. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'll do it. Yeah. Just in Marion. Yeah. I told you. So, yeah, I went to, I came to get the paint, and there's a meeting here. I was going to listen to that.
Oh, hey.
Can I call you back? Okay.
Well, maybe she's on her way to. Well, that's good. Okay. All right. Well, that's good.
Good.
Did a good night. She called me, and it's still about 8 o'clock this morning. She's still it.
I tell you what, Susan, I guess, she had seen Janice last night, that maybe she said Janice looked exhausted. She was.
She just.
Really.
Good. Is Amanda here?
No.
She's on stage.
She didn't hear today at all.
So, birthday again.
I don't know. I didn't ask questions. When the boss tells me she's off, she's off.
She just had it.
I don't know what she's.
This is the Wimps County Board of Commissioners meeting, it's July 13th, 2022. It's at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Roll call, please.
Jim Marlowe.
Present.
Frank Gentry.
Present.
Tim Atkinson.
President,
Under old business, we have the abatement of the Public Building Commission's general obligation bond. This is so that the taxpayers are not billed twice for a bond. So we've talked this over. I've had a couple meetings with Doug Peebles and Mr. Malkovich, along with Brett Barkey, and we're all in agreement this is the direction that we go. Also in the understanding that the lease needs to be looked at. Start negotiating the lease. So what I need now for this, what Amanda needs is a motion to make the Public Building Commission's general obligation.
I make a motion to make the general obligation bond.
I'll second. I'd like to thank them for doing it.
Jim Marlowe.
Yeah.
Gentry.
Okay.
And Maxon.
Okay.
That's all I have on this one. It's a short meeting. I'll open it up to the public if anybody wants to say anything. Like to say something.
No, I-
Press the word. Like I said,
They
if
covered
there's
the-
a motion.
They cool.
Need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh,
Go ahead. Uh-oh, if I come in.
Hold on, what we got here?
Okay. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Second.
Jim Marlowe.
Yeah.
Gentry.
Yeah.
Maxon.
Yes, sir.